aby blbost určitě dál nepokračovat. Trošku, co mě samozřejmě mrzí, je, že vlastně Ruda z Pořadského raje prostě furt všichni jakoby jsou tlačení na ten skoroný Discord, jo. Já jsem si to tady tím kompem, tím Discordem, jako to já Discord nechci ani vidět, jako jo. Takže já prostě jakoby podívám, jestli ta hra běží. Trochu je blbý, že furt kurva cítím ty zuby do piči a je to špatný, ale člověk se ní pořádně tu hru vlastně nevychutná. No. Tak, jestli zkontroluji, že tady to běží, jo, ještě si zapnu tím berníkem, protože, jak říkám, s tím je to lepší, když mi něco unikne, tak si to může zpětně přehrát. Jo, živě to běží. Nevadilo mi, že dospělí jsem byli u mě, ale když si přijel přítelkyni, která se celý den válí, Rafal, tam by zase kopíroval. Ježišmarja, to jsou články, ty pičo. Radši takovou než pracovitou pičo, co vidí jenom práci, ale a je nemocná z té práce, jako osobně. Jaký master? Jsem si tam paralelně, doufám, že to troška aspoň ustane, nebo to je píča. Už mi to mrdá, už je to fakt jako dlouhá doba. To je fakt nepříjemný, ale jak jsem říkal, bohužel s tím moc nic neudělám, no. Tak, musím bendikem. Já znám, pokud si to prostě farpsu, mě to jako nedělá problém si to farpsat. Tak můžeme smazat tady ty videa všechny, ty jsou už k ničemu. Tak ono to propojení je v podstatě jasný, jo, jakoby může to být vyústění jinak, ale myslím si, že jakoby jak na web 11 si to nahrává nebo ne. Jasně, že ne. Jsem dal ještě záznam obrazovky, tak teď by to mělo jít. To je otázka, ty vole, Istanbul, pičo. No to vlastně píše naštěstí. A Istanbul, pokud se napletu, by měl být Turecko, ne? Což by bylo u ST2, to bych typal, že by to mohlo být ono. Je to naštěstí jak zkazit, tak je to dobrý. Ježiš. No, my jsme si někde tady, takže to mělo být u C1.
As I thought, we had moved back an hour when we crossed the Serbian border. Ratchet's watch is probably still set up to the Istanbul time zone, so the time it shows would be 12:40 a.m.
Bravo.
If this theory is correct, then the murder took place at 12:15 a.m. I must interrogate all the passengers to see if any of them have an alibi for this hour.
Dobrá, to znamená, jdeme zjišťovat. No, to si musíme asi vyslechnout, protože to bychom asi neposkládali dohromady teďka. Tak, já se ještě podívám samozřejmě. Já se ještě podívám, jak jsem daleko.
Právě teď zbývá
8 hodinový nebo kolika
méně než
ty hodinový
5%
záznam.
vstupenek. Majales oznamuje největší hvězdy příštího ročníku, kde nebudou chybět Miraj, Činasky, Eva Farna,
Asi to samozřejmě úplně nezjistím, jo, protože... Ještě tady vždycky no, každopádně jsme ještě daleko. Baví, že dneska jsem musel vyřizovat nějaké věci, takže to je zase rozkouskovaný, no, tak... Furt lepší to vyřídit dneska, než to vyřídit zítra, že? Dobře, to je nic. Pojďme teda pokecat se všemi. Já to budu muset pokus no, nebudu snad nic.
Monsieur, I am Hercule.
I know who you are, Mr. Poirot. What do you want?
Answers to a simple question or two.
All right, but quickly. My wife is quite ill. I would like to stay by her side.
I promise. First of all, I imagine you know about the murder.
Of course. The Countess is terribly distressed.
Your full name?
Rudolf Adreni,
Your home is?
Budapest.
And how do you come to be aboard the Orient Express?
I am a Hungarian diplomat. My family has represented our homeland since the revolution from the Soviet Union in 1956. I was on my country's business in Istanbul. Business which I cannot discuss.
And your wife often accompanies you on your diplomatic missions?
Yes, and why not? Was there anything else you wanted to know?
Maďarská, věk stanovuje potom, protože věk je celkem jednoduchý, 34 by to mohlo být. Tady opravdu si myslím, že na 54 18 určitě ne. Celkem jednoduchý ten profil.
That's the right answer. Can you tell me how you spent last night?
I was in our compartment with my wife. She went to bed early. I played a video game on my phone. Around 11 o'clock in the evening, my wife woke up and couldn't get back to sleep. She took a sleeping pill. As for me, I went to bed soon after that and slept straight through until morning.
Have you ever been to the United States?
I was posted to the Hungarian embassy in Washington for a year.
You knew perhaps the Armstrong family.
Armstrong? Armstrong. It is difficult to recall. One meets so many people.
Co to znamená, že no?
It was the kidnapping of a child, a very sad affair. The culprit was the man on this train who called himself Ratchet, the one who was murdered last night.
Indeed. It sounds like justice finally caught up with him.
Thank you for your time. Now, I'd like to speak to your wife, if you don't mind.
It's impossible. As I told you, my wife is very ill. Thank you, and good luck with the investigation.
Eh bien, the good count does not appear to want me to talk to his wife.
ani vlastně není teďka, ale ten... Či tam se skládá zase?
Madame Hubbard, may I ask you a question or two? It won't take long.
Anything I can do to help.
Have you misplaced a handkerchief recently?
No, I don't think so. Why?
We found a handkerchief embroidered with the letter H, so I thought it might have been yours.
I'm sorry, but it's not. It may belong to Miss Schmidt, Princess Dragomirov's lady's maid. I believe her first name is Hildegard.
It is a possibility. Anyone could be lying, of course. I thank you, madame.
Nebo si platím celý vlak se spirko proti němu. Tak papa. Jo, to nešpokojně. Přijde se někdy 411, pro kterého jsme co šli, nebo 422, jak jsme tam šetřili ten případ. Počkej, co je píče? Fuj, jsem se lekl. A což někdo?
Hello. Can I do something for you?
Hello, Monsieur Hardman, I believe. You have heard of the murder?
Cyrus Hart. Yes. And the fact that there's been a murder is all over the train.
You do not seem very concerned about it, monsieur.
It's not the first murder I've run across.
I had no idea the selling of toys was so dangerous. I did overhear you mention at dinner that this is your profession.
Toy salesman is a cover. I'm a private detective, just like you, from the U.S.
Soukromé očko. Tady máme taky typal 30. I když tady by možná mohlo být něch... Tady by možná jako... Blbě se tam píče tu národnost, ale...
This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth. Think, Poirot, that is not a good answer.
No.
I must admit I'm not right this time.
A spíš budeme 50 než to.
I do not think that's the right answer. My little Dressel did not let me down. I did not expect to find another detective on this train.
I just finished a job in Istanbul when I received an email from Ratchet. He hired me to protect him.
Something you failed to do.
I'm not happy about that. He'd received some threatening letters. I was supposed to watch his back, and yeah, something I failed to do. He seemed to think he was in more danger when he left the train.
He was traveling to Paris?
I assume so, but I'm not entirely sure.
Can anyone on this train confirm your identity?
Yeah, that McQueen kid. Ratchet's secretary.
Jak se říká MC... oči.
Were you on duty last night?
You bet. I kept my door open a crack and I watched all night. No one entered that car who didn't belong there.
Did you see anything in particular?
The conductor, Michelle, he was there most of the time too, except for 15 minutes or so after we left Vinkovsky. He must have answered a call from Ratchet's room. Then he was absent again for a while around 1 a.m. After that, he didn't move until 5.
Monsieur Ardman, have you heard of the Armstrong case?
Armstrong? Kidnapping 3 or 4 years ago? Who hasn't? Why?
Ratchet's real name was Cassetti. I have reason to believe he was the kidnapper.
What? He killed that little girl? No, I didn't know. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken the job.
Awesome.
Do you have any idea who was behind the threatening letters?
I don't know his name, but Ratchet told me he was a small man. Dark hair, with a womanish kind of voice.
Thank you for your help. Do you have any idea who was behind the threatening letters?
I don't know his name, but Ratchet told me he was a small man. Dark hair,
Malý
with
muž s
a
tvořimi
womanish
vlasy.
kind of voice.
Thank you for your help. Is this handkerchief embroidered with an H yours?
Well, I look like the kind of guy who would use a handkerchief like that.
Is this handkerchief embroidered with an H yours?
Well, I look like the kind of guy who would use a handkerchief like that.
Thank you for answering my questions, Monsieur Ardman.
Listen, Poirot, I know I fell down on the job, but if you need help, any at all, let me know. I'd like to make it right.
A to zní důvěryhodně, jako jo. Zní důvěrně, no.
It has been a while since I have seen one of those.
Budem to sestavovat. No, to je problém, že tady nikdo takový není. Teď jdeme na to teďka kaslu.
I am not prepared to receive anyone. Come back later.
Very well, madam. I'll come back later. But you will need to speak to me.
So, my friend, have you finished your investigation?
No, but I have managed to solve a few mysteries.
Okay. I stay here to watch this young lady.
Excuse me, Doctor. May I ask you a question?
Anything that can help the investigation, Mr. Poirot.
I wanted to know what your first name is, Doctor.
My name is Robert. Why?
To find out if the handkerchief embroidered with an H could have been yours.
I'm a doctor, Mr. Poirot. Cloth handkerchiefs are a playground for viruses. I would not touch one.
So, my friend.
No.
Okay.
I hope your investigation is going well, Mr. Poirot.
Merci.
Ah, Monsieur McQueen, may I ask you a question?
Anything I can do to help, Mr. Poirot?
This handkerchief embroidered with an H. Is it yours?
No, I don't use cloth handkerchiefs.
Thank you. I won't bother you anymore. Monsieur, if I am to catch this murderer, I will need your help.
My help? I am at your service, Poirot.
You are very protective of your wife, Count Andrény.
Does that surprise you? Her vertigo can be very dangerous.
I believe there are many kinds of vertigo.
If you don't mind, I'd rather talk to a doctor, not a detective. If you'd excuse me.
Monsieur, if I am to catch...
My help?
You are obviously a devoted husband, Count Andrény.
My wife means the world to me. There were questions in Budapest about a Hungarian diplomat marrying an American woman.
It did not deter you.
I would have given up my position for her. I would think it is universal. Are you married, Mr. Poirot?
No, I fear marriage is not for me. But her condition, is it very grave?
She is suffering a bout of vertigo. You understand? The room spins.
I think Dr. Constantine could help your wife.
There is a doctor on this train? I did not know. Where is this doctor?
I think Dr. Constantine is in the lounge car. If not, perhaps the conductor can tell you where he is.
Very well, I will find him. Thank you very much.
Forgive me for intruding, madame. I am Hercule Poirot.
I know who you are, Mr. Poirot. I overheard you send my husband on a wild goose chase.
Your husband cares for you greatly, madame. I apologize for exploiting that fact. But the situation is urgent, and I need to ask you a few questions.
Apology accepted. I realize you must speak to everyone. This horrendous murder. It's very upsetting.
That is a beautiful music box.
Please don't touch the music box. It's a fragile family heirloom.
Your accent, is it American? Boston, perhaps?
You have a good ear, Mr. Poirot. Yes. Born and raised in what we call the Back Bay.
Are you in the diplomatic service like your husband?
No, not officially. I was still in college when I met Rudy 2 years ago. I keep myself busy handling his scheduling, travel, appointments.
Ah, what is the saying? Behind every great man there is a great woman.
That was the saying. Today one might reverse the sentiment as well, don't you think?
Of course, I stand corrected. This is wrong.
Tak siatka,
But
dobra.
I never thought. No.
Dobra,
Not good.
tak amerycka.
I do not think that's the right answer.
Pieczenie, musimy dwa celi na tym. Mówisz, musimy...
Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer. I do not think that's the right. I must admit I'm not right this time.
No, tak może nie to robię.
Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer. No, not good. This is wrong. But I'm never far from the truth. No, not good. I do not think that's the right answer. I must admit I'm not right this
Ty,
time.
no to co?
This is wrong. But I'm... Et voilà. A handkerchief embroidered with an H was found at the crime scene. By any chance, does your first name begin with an H?
No, my first name is Elena, with an E.
Can you tell me what you did last night?
Well, my husband and I went to dinner. Then we came back here. We went to bed around 10 o'clock. I tried to sleep, but I couldn't, because of the shaking of the train. I suffer from vertigo. I finally took a sleeping pill, and that did the trick.
When did the train's motion prevent you from sleeping?
Between midnight and 2 a.m. I know because I must have looked at my watch about 10 times.
I see. Come now, Countess. You are not telling me the truth.
Why do you say that?
And your vertigo, did this not prevent you from sleeping?
It certainly didn't help, but that's not really why I couldn't sleep. It was that continual shaking of the train.
So she continues to blame the shaking of the train. Even with the sleeping pill, you could not sleep?
I told you that I took the sleeping pill much later.
The Countess did not fall for my first attempt to confuse her. Even with the sleeping pill, you could not sleep?
I told you that I took the sleeping pill much later.
The Countess did not fall for my first attempt to confuse her. The train stopped at 12:30 a.m. due to snow, so there was no shaking of the train. But you told me that it was the shaking that prevented you from sleeping.
I don't know, you're confusing me. My vertigo.
Madame, a man died last night. You can't talk nonsense just because you're sick. You are hiding something from me.
How dare you? I didn't do anything wrong. I'm going to find my husband.
That was unkind, I know, but my strategy worked. I can now inspect this room in peace. Closed.
To jest vlastně... No to spíš jakoby dva 3 a 4. Mhm. To jak to?
These must be the sleeping pills that Countess Andreni took last night. An engraving written in, I believe, Russian Cyrillic. It looks like a first name. For my beautiful young ladies, Helena and Sonia. Helena with an H. For my beautiful young ladies, Helena and Sonia. Helena with an H. It's Countess Andreni with an older girl.
Poirot! Have you no shame?
Monsieur, I am afraid shame is not a very helpful emotion for a detective trying to get at the truth.
What are you doing in our compartment?
I am investigating a murder, Count Andreni.
My wife is ill.
My apologies, monsieur, but your wife seemed in perfect health when she left the room to find you. I do apologize, but I needed to search your compartment.
You will regret this, Poirot.
Please, Count. You aren't going to challenge me to a duel, are you? Countess, I'm afraid I took the liberty of inspecting your little music box.
How dare you?
The message in the medallion was addressed to you and Sonia Armstrong, your older sister, the mother of Daisy, the murdered child.
I am a Hungarian diplomat. You have no official standing here. You have no right to search.
No, Rudolph. Let me speak. It's useless to deny what this gentleman says. I am Helena Goldenberg, the sister of Sonia Armstrong, and Daisy was my niece. The music box is a gift from my sister's godmother, a very close friend to my mother. We hid the truth from you when we learned that the man killed last night was the person who destroyed my family. I panicked. I didn't want to be accused.
That is also why you lied about the H in your first name?
Exactly. Your ferreting about looking for the H is obviously part of your investigation.
If I found a handkerchief in Monsieur Ratchet's room embroidered with an H, I might suspect you had been there.
A handkerchief? I don't have any handkerchiefs embroidered with my initial. To be honest, that sounds awfully old-fashioned to me.
I give you my word of honor that last night, Helena never left her compartment. My wife is telling you the truth, Poirot.
I hope so. I'll let you rest. The matter of the H on the handkerchief still needs clearing up. But first I should check the inscription on the back of the medallion. I must admit I'm not right this time.
Počkej. Polskie fale. Celý název zní Hata. střížka, Anko.
Natalia. Would it be Natalia Dragomirov? She is the only Russian passenger on the train. In addition, her first name begins with an H in Cyrillic. Et voilà.
I'm sorry, sir, but I must concentrate on my baking.
Sorry to bother you, Monsieur Maury. I have a question to ask you.
Please make it quick. I have a meal to prepare.
This handkerchief embroidered with an H, is it yours?
No, I've never seen it before.
Thank you. That is all I wanted to know.
I hope your investigation won't interfere with today's menu.
Madame Hubbard, may I ask you a question or two? It won't take long.
Anything I can do to help.
I am not prepared to receive anyone. Come back later.
I'm sorry, madame, but a man has been murdered. I must ask you a few questions.
You must have misunderstood me. I cannot speak to you just now.
Madame, I know that Sonia Armstrong is your goddaughter.
Come in, please.
Please forgive my intrusion, madame, but I really must ask you some questions.
Then ask. I'll answer if it pleases me.
We have not been properly introduced, yet I have observed her a couple of times, so I can already deduce some things about her. That was easy. I will first ask you about last night. Will you tell me your movements?
I went to bed just after dinner. I read until 11, then tried to sleep. Later I woke.
What caused you to awaken?
I suffered from back pain, a consequence of old age interfering with an active life. I called Schmidt around 12:45 a.m. to give me a massage. She did so until I fell asleep.
How long was she with you?
A good hour, I would say.
I see. The first initial of your first name, Natalia, in the Cyrillic alphabet looks exactly like the letter H in the Latin alphabet.
I'm Russian, Monsieur Poirot, and I was the head of a museum of antiquities in St. Petersburg for decades, until I moved to Berlin recently. I'm familiar with Cyrillic.
This handkerchief is yours, isn't it?
Yes, indeed. I lost it.
It was found in Monsieur Ratchet's room. Can you explain to me why Madame Schmidt didn't identify the handkerchief? She must have known it was yours.
Possibly to protect me. She is very loyal. Your next question will be, how did my handkerchief come to be lying by a murdered man's body? My reply to that is that I have no idea.
That is not an answer, madame.
It is all I am able to give you.
I must tell you, Princess Dragomirov, I have discovered something astonishing.
And that is?
You are Sonia Armstrong's godmother.
You make that sound like a revelation. I have never hidden the fact, monsieur.
You knew Colonel Armstrong well, then?
I knew him slightly, but his wife, Sonia Armstrong, was my goddaughter. I was on terms of friendship with her mother, the actress Linda Arden. Linda Arden was a genius, one of the greatest tragic actresses in the world. I was not only an admirer of her art, I was a personal friend.
Very well. But this links you to the Armstrong kidnapping case. Helena Andreni is the sister of Sonia Armstrong, the late mother of Daisy Armstrong, kidnapped and killed by the man who was murdered on this train, Ratchet.
Indeed. Was it he? Then justice has at last been served.
Allow me to summarize.
Do I have a choice?
First coincidence, I shall call it. You are close to the Armstrong family, and the presumed assassin of Daisy Armstrong was killed while you were on board the same train. Second coincidence. Your handkerchief happens to be found at the foot of the victim's bed. Third coincidence. One of the stab wounds inflicted on the body was by a left-handed person. You are left-handed. That is a lot of coincidences, Princess Dragomirov.
Well, Monsieur Poirot, call it fate. If you report to the police your coincidences, they will laugh. A woman of my age and frailty has violently murdered a man? With how many potential witnesses who saw me doddering along the corridor in the middle of the night like Lady Macbeth?
You are right, Princess. You could not work alone, which means you have one or more accomplices. And it is only a matter of time before I find out who they are.
I would appreciate it if you would remove yourself from my room and take your fantasies with you.
I hope your investigation is going well, Mr. Poirot.
This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth. That's the right answer. I must admit I'm not right this time. Et voilà. Monsieur Foscarelli, I would like to ask you a few questions, if you allow me.
Ah, Signore Poirot, is it? I was wondering when you'd get around to me. Unfortunately, you find me on a mission of mercy.
Hello, Monsieur Poirot. Sorry, we have a small problem. The orange juicer has broken down and I can't fix it. Mr. Foscarelli has kindly offered to help me.
It isn't a car engine, but I am doing my best.
Even with the two of us, we can't manage.
Let me guess. You call upon Poirot to help.
I'd be happy to answer your questions when we finished.
Voila, it should work correctly now.
Bravo! I should stick to automobiles.
Well, now we can talk calmly. Monsieur Foscarelli, is it?
Antonio Foscarelli? Delighted, Monsieur Poirot.
You have, of course, heard about Ratchet's murder last night.
Oh, naturally. It is all anyone is talking about.
Have you ever been to the United States?
Yes, it has been a primary market for our cars for the last 10 years.
You remember the Armstrong case?
Armstrong? The name, yes. It was a little girl, a baby, was it not?
Yes, a very tragic affair. Did you know that Cassetti, the kidnapper, was actually Ratchet?
Oh, no. Then he deserved to die. I mean, wouldn't you agree?
Can you tell me your movements on the night of the murder?
I went to bed right after dinner, but I slept very badly. My roommate, Mr. Masterman, had a toothache. Oh, he moaned all night. It woke me up several times.
Did you hear anything or notice anything unusual?
No, nothing that I can think of. I stayed in my bed all night.
Well, thank you, Mr. Foscarelli.
I'm sorry I couldn't help more, Signore. I remain at your disposal if you should need me.
Nabíjejte bezdrátově až 3 zařízení najednou díky nabíjecímu stojánku Mac Power Stationálu. Fixed for life.
Káva není nápoj. Káva je názor. Styl. Je to zpráva o tom, jak...
No, Gertruda taky, ale Hildegard. Co
se tě zdá lepší?
No, lepší je podle mě možná... Hildegarda, brej, můžeš říkat Hildo? Víš, a Gertrudě tak Girtrý, vole, to je takový blbý, to je spíš asi Hildegarda.
I will question her when she wakes
Jo,
up.
vyslechni, až bude zhůru.
Let me know what you learn.
A kde je její kupé mistři?
Mademoiselle Locke's compartment is 105. I suggest we return her to her more comfortable bed.
Yes, hopefully she will awaken soon.
Tak jo, co tu máme? Bude šmejděníčko šmejdění. Zase ten prášek. To jí dali taky.
With white residue at the bottom.
To dali i tomu předešlýmu. OK. Tak co teď? To už nic není, ale... Kde je nějaký aktivní místo? No, hele, jak na mě sleduje. No tak nic. Tady něco? Když to nemá žádný aktivní místa, tady nejsou. To je divný. Jo, Hildegardko, ty jsi tak hezká. Hildíčku můj. Hildísku. Tak je... Tak co, máme tady nějakou nápovědu? Aha.
A briefcase and a wagon conductor's jacket.
To je první podezřelá.
Button is missing.
Co, ale jaký heslo může mít? Aha, jo, takhle.
We really need to find the combination.
No neřvi, pracuje se na
No,
tom.
that's mine. I never remember my passwords, so I make them easy ones. Have you tried 0000?
Já se nemůžu soustředit, já neslyším kliknutí, jak furt kecá, tyva.
Have you tried 1, 2, 3, 4? So, Poirot, any luck so far? Poirot, what if the briefcase is booby-trapped? Poirot, I'm disappointed in you. I was certain you would have it by now. If you need a break, I can ask Jean to make you some coffee. So, Poirot, any luck so far?
Tak přestaň mluvit.
Have you tried 1, 2, 3, 4? Poirot, I'm disappointed in you. I was certain you would have it by now. Poirot, what if the briefcase is booby-trapped? No, that's mine. I never remember my passwords, so I make them easy ones. We really need to find the combination. Have you tried 0000?
No zabiju.
If you need a break, I can ask Jean to make you some coffee.
Drž hubu.
Book. Silent like a mouse, please.
I'm sorry. You're right. I'll be quiet now. You need to concentrate.
I will not utter another word.
Ten mluví do toho jak rudá celou dobu na streamu, tyjo, do toho už tě Já jsem na tebe neboj, já jsem tam totiž musel poslouchat, kdy jako heslo a teď otáčím tím a ono to musí dělat to a to nechám, jenže on do toho začal mluvit, jestli mi má udělat kafe a takovýhle keci a furt dokola. Jsem si říkal, snad nemyslí vážně už ta hra. Ne, nechci dík, já nepiju kafe. No, nemůžu, já ho nechci. No.
Tam máš jako jako.
Co?
Kafe, jako Viagra.
To na mě tak nepůsobí.
Ne.
Díky. A máme to. Ahoj Milane. A jo, ahoj Milane, čau. Je kočička. Jo, to počkat, ale tam mělo rozcupovaný tenhle obráz. Aha. To je ono jako... No přesně.
Radek je na vysoký, ne? Pepík se tam hlásí. Holka potřebuje doktory.
Nikam se stěhovat nebudeme. Nerozumělec, vypadni. Nebo uděláš co? Ozbrojený odpor je jediný, co na ty svině platí.
Mamut Glue High-Tech. Drží i hned. Mamut Glue Crystal. Průhledné lepidlo do interiéru. Mamut Glue Total. Maximálně silný. Mamut Glue Multi. Stvořený pro lepení i tmelení. Představujeme nejsilnější řadu lepidel od Den Braven.
Ne, ale je to takový jako... Usnul jsi někdy tady takhle, že ses natáhl a dal jsi prostě šlofíčky. Ne jo. Hele, tak co, tebe má hlavně vyfocený, jo.
Of course. She has studied her target.
Possibly.
Possibly.
This badge says that Joanna Locke is an American detective with the Berkshire Police Department in Massachusetts.
Okay.
An American police officer? Oh.
Oh. A kreditka. Ale to je pěkná. Jaký je datum narození? 91.
Her driver's license confirms her identity.
Milan Čermák tě zdraví.
These are fake IDs. It's certain.
Ruda nevnímá, spí.
Look,
je v kóma.
Thanks to you, I would not be surprised if our murder victim were also waking up.
Neboj, za chvíli už půjdeš dát hlasování, za 10 minut to tě probere. To je poprvé, co jako od tebe po dlouhý době odejdu brzo, tyjo, docela.
What's all the yelling about?
Who are you? Give me a good reason why you should not be in handcuffs.
I can give you a reason, Book. Whose handcuffs will we use? I have none. Do you?
Well,
You are Joanna Locke, mademoiselle?
Yes, Joanna Locke. I'm a detective.
Díky za ohňostroj.
I have found your credentials, mademoiselle.
And I know who you are, Mr. Poirot.
Then, if the introductions are complete, perhaps the explanations may begin.
I'll try. It's simple, really. I'm on the trail of a murderer.
Aha. Ta hudba, ten saxík, tyjo.
I had just been promoted to detective after 5 years on patrol.
Okay, aha, jsme někde jinde.
It had been a month since Daisy Armstrong was kidnapped. The Armstrongs were desperate for some sign of hope. I was there only for paperwork, to fill in some blanks.
Aha, my hrajeme i za jinou postavu, tak to jsem nečekal, tyjo. Tak to je hustý. Jo, já to budu číst, ať nemusíte vy. Daisy Armstrongová, 3letá dívka, dcera Johna a Soni Armstrongových. Oběť byla unesena někdy ve večerních hodinách dne 24. února 2019. Únosu došlo v bydlišti Armstrongových, kde se konala recepce. Slečna Mourová Daisy chůva zjistila, že dítě zmizelo přibližně ve 22:45. Pod oknem ložnice dítěte byl nalezen žebřík. Ten byl použit k vynesení Daisy z domu. Okno obvykle zajištěné zevnitř bylo nalezeno otevřené. V lese poblíž domu byly nalezeny stopy od vozidla s pohonem 4x4. Žádný z hostů večírku neřídil vozidlo s pohonem 4x4. Have. Ready. Jo, měj připravených $1000 během 2-3 dnů. Řekneme vám, kam je máte doručit. Doporučuji vám... Jo, nejděte s tím na veřejnost a neříkejte to policii. To dítě je v bezpečných rukách. Ako sa máváš, Ondro? Mávám dobře. Ne, mám se dobře. To jsem unavený, těším se domů, si udělám něco k večeři, ale užívám si hru, je super, baví mě to. Takže se mám dobře, dá se říct. Ale v práci to hodně, už se blíží Vánoce. Mám toho po kokos. Po zavedení policejních opatření se Armstrongovi řídili pokyny s žádostí o výkupné a 1. března 2019 zaplatili výkupné ve výši 1 milionu bažilionu amerických dolarů. Od té doby únosci již nekomunikovali a Daisy se nevrátila. Vyšetřování nadále probíhá. Tyva. Výpověď. John Armstrong, 38 let, plukovník ve výslužbě, ozbrojené síly. Je to přesně jak v tom filmu, no, ale prej, tady to má moderní zvrat, že to dost jako upravili ten konec, že se to nemusí líbit fanouškům předlohy, jsem slyšel. Rudo, budu moct dávat stream zas příští středu na Agátu Christie, nebo už nebudeš chtít na jinou hru?
Můžeš hrát.
Takže, výpověď. Pořádali jsme společenskou akci s cílem získat peníze pro místní muzeum.
Ve středu můžeš mít tohle a v sobotu třeba Alana.
Jo, no, ale tuhle sobotu ještě nemůžu. Až příští už budu moct. Tuhle máme halloweenský večírek.
Jo.
No. Ale můžu příští, nebo v pátek čistě teoreticky.
Tak pátek.
No to můžu, tenhle pátek. No, to vychází 27, no. Což je pátek.
To já budu s tebou na streamu, ty to budeš hrát.
No tak zítra.
To je zítra.
No.
Zítra už je pátek.
No zítra už je pátek, ne, zítra je čtvrtek, jo, já si to splet a... No já vím, tak v pátek teda. Tak v pátek na Alana, a ne, že mi to budeš kazit, žádný blbý keci, že ta hra stojí za hovno, jo.
Ale to já nikdy neříkám.
No tak budeš říkat, to je nějaký budeš to mrmlat pod vousy. Bylo tam mnoho lidí, někteří z nich pro nás zcela neznámí a všichni jsme byli velmi zaneprázdnění. Pak jsme uslyšeli Suzanne, chůvu Daisy křičet, muselo být 22:45 nebo 22:50. Šli jsme s manželkou nahoru do Daisy na pokoje. Susan hystericky plakala, Daisy už nebyla ve své posteli a na jejím polštáři ležel dopis žádostí o výkupné. Ondro, nedáš tvůj Instagram? Počkej, Milane, nechtěl jsi ty minule i můj kanál? Nebo ne, ty jsi chtěl minule můj Instagram. Proč mám se bát Milana Čermáka, nebo mám dát svůj Instagram?
Já udělám pohlednice, podepíšeš je a je budu posílat.
Jo, počkej, hej, to udělal, ty vo. Hele, pařani, měli byste zájem o pohlednice mě a Rudy a byli bychom tam takhle a podepsaný pohlednice. Za paškojny se je budete moct koupit. To je dobrý, ne, Rudo? Sonia Armstrongová, věk 32 let, žádné povolání. Naposledy jsem Daisy viděla kolem 10:30 večer, když jsem jí šla zkontrolovat do jejího pokoje. Všimla jsem si, že Susan není poblíž, ale Daisy klidně spala. Zůstala jsem u ní asi 10 minut. Předpokládala jsem, že Susan se brzy vrátí a tak jsem se opět připojila ke společnosti. To zní jak ty trošku, ten hlas jsem teď dělal, jako ty, když napodobuje ženskou. Že jo? Chůva, chyba vstupu, číslo 79, Výpověď je třeba zadat znovu. Co to
That's why I'm here. A damn computer glitch. Or somebody pushed delete instead of save.
No.
Whatever happened, we lost the nanny's deposition. So my entire contribution to the investigation is to take it again.
Aha. Telefonní záznamy manželů Armstrongových a slečny Maurové ze dne únosu. Já vám hele, můžu jim dát teda můj Instagram, ať nemusím se bát, jo, že mě tam nějak nahlásí. Ne, M-I-G-H-T, Mighty, jo, v angličtině Mighty Hal, M-I-G-H-T, tvrdý I, Hal, jako halíř.
Já to zkusím najít a hodím.
Jo, on vám to tam Ruda hodí, můj Insta.
The phone record of the night of the kidnapping. The last call was for 911.
Ale nejsem tam moc aktivní, ale mám tam fotky. A nejsou moc sprostý ani peprný, jsou v pohodě. Dobrý, tak to se takhle ta Armstrongová, to je hustý, takže jdem. Tady mapa.
A topographical map. Often more important than a road map in these mountains.
OK. Tak vystoupíme. Díky. Ty jo. Hele, to se mi líbí, je, abych tam nemohl. Tak jsou takhle daný ty koloběžky. To je dobrý. To je vždycky, že v těch hrách mají ten blok, abyste nikam nešli. Prostě ve stylu, že jo, že tam auto a nebo takhle, tady prostě vám to zaterasí cestu koloběžka. A dost. No dobrý, no, tak jdem do bytu. Teda do domu. Tak jsem zvědavý, kolik mi přibude těch sledujících, až odejdu ze streamu. Co to je zase tohle za... Vypadá jak z Filmfára, ty vole.
Yes. You're the detective they phoned about.
Joanna Locke.
I don't remember you.
I'm newly assigned to the case.
It's about time more detectives were involved. My wife, Sonia, she hasn't been herself. Every day is a waking nightmare for us. Tell me you've uncovered something new.
I'm here to speak to your daughter's nanny. There was a computer problem. Her earlier statement has been lost.
Oh, I see. We had hoped. Well, do as you wish. I won't be far if you need me.
Okay. Hrudo, je čas zapnout hlasovačku. 47, to než já ještě budu hrát, že jo?
Jo, jdeme na to.
Vstávej, Bobíčku.
Stejně jsem se nevyspal.
No tak já nevím, tyve, tak když je jasný, že když streamu, že nebudeš moc jen tak spát.
No to asi.
How are you doing?
Já už je tady, hele, potlesk, vstál.
The desert war taught me that soon enough, but this...
A na L chce naší pohlednici. Bylo by to hodně drahý.
Já bych nechal udělat spíš na tričko, víš, nás dva. Jo.
Jakože bych konečně už byl na triku, jo.
No.
To bych i nosil aktivnějš.
Jo, no, ty nenosíš, no.
Počkej, a to bys... Ne, nosím ven ty trička, ale tady to zapomenu vždycky. To žlutý mi nesedí, to nosím jenom sem, ale to černý s tím logem nosím aktivně. No počkej, a kolik to bych do toho, kolik do toho musím dát, do těch triček?
Co, do čeho?
Musím do toho přispět do té výroby, jestli budeš vyrábět novou.
Musíš.
A počkej, to fakt bychom udělali, že tam budeme takhle, jako Terence, jako Slaps and Beans, víš, jako.
No, něco bychom udělali.
Počkej, kdy uděláme Slaps and Beans?
Jo, a víš, co já mám od Ubisoftu, tu novinku? Dance.
Just Dance.
2024.
Ty vole.
Na Switch.
To bychom ale měli udělat.
Už to nainstalovaný. To by se měl v sobotu dát.
Ale tuhle nemůžu.
To je blbý a to je novinka. To
tak můžu v pondělí přijít.
Pondělí.
Nebo to je retro.
Času a to ještě máme.
Do you know where I can find Miss Moreau?
Neděle nemůžeš.
Já mám ten víkend zabitej, ale tyhle...
Už běží hlasovačka.
No můžu příští týden mám už víc času, jak to bychom... Co úterý?
Ne. To není žádný chat, kam bych vám to poslal. Tam.
I won't be long.
Nebo, hele, dohodnem to, ale já chci jít na... A Just Dance je vyprošovaný často, to chtějí lidi, že jo? Just Dance je legenda.
No jasný. Tak, tady četvrt to, poslal jsem to. Je to dvakrát?
Jo.
Tady to mají dvakrát a tam to nemají ani jedno.
Kolik sleduje lidí na Twitchi?
2.
To je hodně.
Toto je tam určitě R-piškotek.
Kde R-piškotek?
I'm Joanna Law, a detective working on
Jo.
Daisy's case. Is there any
Jo, piškotek.
I'm really sorry. I'm afraid I have to take your statement again concerning the evening of Daisy's
A
disappearance.
proč
There was
koukají
a
na
computer
Twitchi?
problem. Your statement was excellent. Mr.
Of course. I want to help any way I can.
Tell me about that night.
The Armstrongs at the party to raise money for a museum. Mr. Armstrong is on the board. I was in charge.
Marpa hlídá Renátku. A Renátka chce být všude.
Reading books to her. She couldn't sleep without organizing the comings and goings.
When did you notice Daisy was missing?
I was only gone 5 minutes to phone my mother.
No, tak protože tady mají lidi dobrý vkus, Vortex nechápe, že adventury... Počkej, co Vortex, vole?
Filko představuje výjimečný kuchyňský robot se 2 nezávislými motory a
Fungují jinak, tam ten příběh je fázovaný jinak prostě, to... Já nevím, ty má.
Rofa, zase čuráci. Dávat na hodnocení už jsem totálně debil. Jo, přilížím třeba na hodnocení v případě, že ti jde fakt mraky, tak potom asi se to vyplatí, jo, když navíc se říkat, co srdce nevidí, co srdce nebolí, ale na hodnocení může prodat jenom debil. Už se mi hodně rozsvědčilo, že hra, co měla malo hodnocení, prostě byla super. Vy musíte hlavně vědět, co vás baví, jo, a potom prostě jak říkal, nejlepší varianta je si to vlastně zjistit, jakoby, že no, možná to natočím někdy video, když budu sám, tak možná natočím prostě na hodnocení dá jenom debilové, jo, to sorry, nebo neskušení, jo, prostě jako prostě já jsem říkal, počkej, co jsem vlastně chtěl, počkej, z toho si pokecám, no, můžeš vrátit, jasně. A ještě nás čeká pořádná porce, ještě nás čeká jako by docela toho dost. Nevím, prostě vždycky zaseknu v tom místě. Musíme najít ten celou vlastní dopravní společnost. To je ono.
Oh, Poirot, you're there. She hasn't moved, but she seems to be waking up little by little. What about you? Your investigation progresses?
I find myself helping everyone with their problems before they can help me with mine. I have shifted boxes, helped with hangovers, repaired an orange juicer, unlocked some Russian dolls, all so my investigation can proceed.
Don't forget the dessert recipe.
How can I?
Truly, the labors of Hercules.
My friend, I would rather clean out the Orient stables. Yet, I have managed to solve a few mysteries.
Oh, tell me everything.
The embroidered handkerchief belongs to Princess Dragomirov. I also found out that she was Sonia Armstrong's godmother.
On the same train with the little girl's murderer?
Exactly. Also, Elena Andreni is the younger sister of Sonia Armstrong, Daisy's mother.
Another passenger connected to the Armstrong case?
Yes, Book. What are the odds, do you think? But I cannot see either woman stabbing Ratchet over and over again in a frenzy. And they apparently have alibis. I had 3 theories concerning the broken watch. It could have been tampered with. It could have been out of adjustment before the murder. Or, of course, it could indicate the actual time of the murder. The only hypothesis I could rule out was that the watch was out of adjustment. For the others, they are impossible to verify. So the watch is of little use to the investigation.
And I was convinced that it indicated the time of the crime. 2 women involved in the Armstrong case.
Let us not forget our patient here. There are 3 women.
Look, she seems to be waking up.
What's happening to me? Did I fall
To
asleep
je takový zvláštní teďka. Vyslíkali, když jsme za ně hráli, vole.
Did you take any medications? Sleeping pills, for example?
No, I never use sleeping pills.
I inspected your cup. You can clearly see that there is a residue of something at the bottom. I'm sure a lab test would confirm you were drugged. Most likely an overdose. That would explain your battle to shake off the effects.
You think Fräulein Schmidt did it?
She certainly had the most opportunity, but why would she?
But no one knew who I was. It's impossible that someone deliberately targeted me.
No, ale musíme zjistit kým, že? To je detektiv, toho bych vyloučil.
I don't think that's the right answer.
No, tak to jsme trefili.
No, not good.
To je blbost, to si myslím, no nevím. Mě by zajímalo, jestli si to dá nějak ještě odvodit. On tam sice napakal zase tu co textu, asi si to nepoznačil, ten nevím, co říkal přesně, ale... No, teď to budu muset už trefit, nedá se nic dělat. Spíš by viděl Hotera, když už ano, možná ještě jí.
This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth. Think, Poirot, that is not a good answer. Fräulein Schmidt or Monsieur Michel may have drugged the tea that Mademoiselle Loeb drank. Fräulein Schmidt or Pierre Michel could have drugged your tea. They are really the only 2 people on this train who could have done it. But why would either one do it?
Mr. Poirot, I'm feeling much better. I'd like to bring you up to date to why I ended up on this train.
If you are able, I would very much like you to finish your story.
Very well then. After the Daisy Armstrong case was officially closed, I put out a standing request to the police departments in the Boston area for anything on Michael Clark. But he didn't turn up on their radar. I even set up an anonymous tip line for news about Clark. That's how I met Braid, a sketchy contact on the dark web, but they found nothing I could use.
Budeme pokračovat ještě dál.
Four long years passed without anything new. Every day I looked at the evidence board I put up in my apartment bedroom. Then this morning, a police report landed on my desk that changed everything. I paid a visit to the police property room and took home a box full of clues. There was his name. Michael Clark.
Takže máme nový případ. máme dopis.
A bill from the power company with, I'm sure, plenty of excuses why my rates keep going up.
To je dobrá omluva.
A bill from the power company with, I'm sure, plenty of excuses why my rates keep going up. Travel. For the discriminating traveler. Also for the overworked detective who never seems to have time for vacation. Well, I can dream, can't I? Years of no new leads in the Armstrong case, and then this. Michael Clark, the sarcastic reporter, my prime suspect in the kidnapping, murdered 4 years ago? This is Michael Clark? He doesn't look anything like the journalist I interviewed. Michael, you have earned a place on my evidence board.
Tak, tu máme další důkazy.
To examine the keys once the DA shut down the investigation. The keys were just tossed in the evidence box along with everything else. It's too unusual not to demand a closer look. To asi úplně nebude ono.
Ježiš, to třeba obráceně, ale bych to potřeboval.
A USB key. Let's plug it into my PC and see what nasty little secret it contains.
To je nějaké heslo, podle mě. No, nějaké... Pojďme se na ten komp.
I've read it probably 10 times already, but I can't get enough of it. Don't know why. Maybe because it helps me sleep? I don't have time to waste on magazines. I know I have to stop printing. It's bad for the planet.
Rofl, jako ukazokra. To se má.
Maybe they needed to show the ransom to someone, to check if the serial numbers were still on record. I'll print them. On the wall they go. Maybe they needed to show the ransom to someone, to check if the serial numbers were still on record. Shaved off the Metro beard. But I'd recognize that smug bastard anywhere. The man I interviewed 4 years ago posing as Michael Clark. This goes on the board. Absolutely nothing on this Cassetti. His driver's license is almost surely a fake.
Úžas, tak no, už nežije, takže... A ještě to není všechno, ještě tam něco. Pičo, 1.9, tak to je, to bude na dlouho, ale tady. Aha. Takže v počítači nám ještě co chybí. Nevím, jestli tady něco kliknout, nebo... Ale jestli nepočeštíte Robocopa, tak to je fakt naštvou, tyhle. Aspoň to Robocopa ještě mají počeštit.
Maybe they needed to show the ransom to someone, to check if the serial numbers were still on record. Not really my style, but I'll take it.
Počkej, nebo že tam je třeba to 24, ten datum, ale to asi nebude. Počkej, jak se tím tě dostanu? Ne. Počkej, 29.
They sell them on the internet for self-protection. Naše kanceláře musí mít co využití, že jo, to je jasný. Fluffy. Daisy's plush toy. So clever. All that evidence and yet no DNA found. Suzanne's hair, so conveniently left in the cabin for us to find. It was planted. I knew she was innocent. The only fingerprints found on the bottle were Suzanne's.
No, to bude ještě na dlouho, tady jako... Jdeme si spovat tohle nebo to si vždycky s tím, jo.
I knew it. The faces don't match at all. They are clearly two different men. I should run facial recognition on my computer.
Vůbec říct dokončit, já jsem si to myslel, že to nebude, už tam fakt nic nebylo.
So, Ratchet's real name was Cassetti.
Nemusím to dělat znovu, že no. Takže máme spojit kolik těch věcí. No jsem přijde na to, ty vole. Jež, on co za ně vydával? No, John Armstrong se vražil John Armstronga, to vyušeno. Musím nám povedat, tady prostě nevím, jak to. Jsme potřebuji píču přijít na... No to ani nemůže, tyhle, to ani nejde, kurva. No, to musím najít 5 stopen, že to může být taky... To je vůbec tady s tím to píčovinou. Kurva.
This tattoo is the same on both pictures.
Aha, tak to má asi další. To asi ne. muset pospojovat to. Ale to vlastně máme tady. To je ten výpis těch telefonů. Tohle taky ne. No ty piče, ten mazec, ty vole.
The DA resigned soon after the Armstrong case. It haunted him just as it has haunted me.
To už asi ne. To je věc správně. To mi pochybovalo. To bylo podporovat to. A tam taky může ještě vlastně něco chybět, vlastně teoreticky. To nemusí být vlastně všechno, protože ono říkalo, že to tam vždycky přijde, ne? Kurva, to je hranka tež, ty vole. Počkám, no taky může být. Tečky na tom, no. Tak ještě tak úplně blbý nejsme, další nůž.
What do they call this? Brass knuckles? Knuckle dusters? Illegal in Massachusetts. Possession alone can lead to serious jail time.
A tohle kostka mě zahradu, ty vole, jako nevím popravdě řečeno. Podle čeho? Nebo si tam jako udělat 1. Jako to snad ani není. Jo, je. Jo, tohle fakt netuším, no. Ty pičo, to ani nejde najít, ty vole. Pičo, je ta trojka, ty pičo? 3, 4, když se to má pochybu, to je jenom taková zkouška, jako je. Tak bych se díval upřímně. No, teď jsme to možná udělali dobře, protože 9 je vlastně tohle a 6 je tohle. Ještě to zkusím jednou, ale to radši zresetuju. Je to 1, ne? Třeba jdu to kliknout jako správně na ty. Tak s tou kostkou netuším, to je 1, 2, 3, 4. Aha, počkej, takhle to je totiž. Rafal.
What do we have here? A flashlight. They can also conceal knives, but in this case we have lockpicks.
Jak na tohle kostel to bylo popravdě řečeno, nevím, ale tam by měl být nějaký mechanismus, kdy prostě... tak. Tak ty kostky, já mi to teda záhadou, ty vole.
I don't have time to waste on magazines.
Tak to aspoň odfajfkuj, ty krávo. Kočko, nechceš nám poradit? Poznání obličeje.
Okay, the real Michael Clark has been dead for years. Let's see if the photo of the fake Michael Clark matches someone in the database of known criminals. I've tried this several times in the past few years, but came up empty. Maybe whoever he really is has finally made a mistake. That could be him, but he looks pretty different. Yes, he seems different at first glance, but still, it's the same person.
Takže celý vlak se proti němu spěkl a odprasklý ho. Konec případu, vole.
Nice.
A to jsem trefila, jsem chtěla vousy, tak to bylo. Ale ne. No, čelo by mu být jinak. Už bych řekl, že má stejný.
No, this isn't it. Think.
No, jsem možná trochu jiný.
He's changed his appearance a lot. Probably had some plastic surgery on his nose, but there is no doubt it's the same person. Let's see why he was arrested.
Takže teď se nám to krásně do sebe pomaličku zapadá, ale... No, já si to sejnu, jinak se podívám vlastně... Jak jsem daleko od... Čekaj, že to vlastně bylo... Já tady zkoumám klíč už, no, 4 očky zhruba ještě, 4 něco, takže ono to ještě nedlouho. Počkej, nebyl tam piče náhodou v tom klíči, jo, teď když tak...
We'll see if that's the code that I need for this.
Jasně, 3569. Ale to mi napadlo už teďka, jak jsem tam zahlídl ten kód. Když mi to ukázalo, měl klíč v ruce. Takže tyjo, tady to bylo vlastně... Jsem si potom všiml, počkej, jak tam teď, kurva no, tady vlastně byl, jo ty to asi, no to jedno, 3569 to bylo, že? 35, 60, jasný. Jo, já jsem si to myslel dobře, no.
What do we find? A capsule and a smell. Bitter almonds. Cyanide.
Tak, tím pádem tohle máme hotový. A co tak napostal, když to hned hajnul? přesně říkal dneska. Počkej, kdo to říkal? Jo, to vlastně, to říkal Rovi na chatu. No. Tak já zase sám za sebe taky třeba něco nějakou zkoušel. A tak mě bylo samozřejmě totálně hezká, pro mě bylo důležitý, spíš milohodná, tak. Já třeba mám daleko víc přednost. Takže podíváme se. Vezme flísk. No, jasně. Jenže ještě musím přijít na to, jak udělat ty stopy na nástěnce. Přibylo tam to době něco nebo nic? Přiznám si, že by to docela jako... A nejhorší na tom je, vole, že... Je to ne... To určitě ne. To už jsme spojili. To už je navíc spojené a tady ta blbost. No i když to je výkupné, to by tam jakoby teoreticky mohlo, ale... Ježišmarja. Nevím, jestli to musí pospojovat úplně všechno. Kolik jsme to udělali? A to je divný, mám najít co to je. Ty pičo. 5 stop a my nám ani jednou, Čekat. Možná by se mohli spojit. Co se vlastně spojili už dohromady? Neteček to mělo být spojené, to znamená, že... A líbilo se mi, že takový... Proč to slavný piča, nejde to spojit, jo? No právě, že zase tady už tady možností moc není, jako... Sebevražda Johna... Aha, on se zabil tady nakonec. No se samozřejmě není čemu divit, no, tak když přišel všechno, ale... No vlastně, tak by to mělo správně být i... Proč tahle pičelka se zelenou barvou? Já to moc nechápu teda upřímně, jo? Sebevražda... To je blbost...
Mr. Ratchet, you didn't just steal statuettes. What recent information does the database have on you?
No to... Aha, počkej, Samuel Ratchet.
It's so frustrating. I have a name, but I can't find anything about him. But I know just who to call. Hello, Braid. Long time.
Oh, Joanna. Hey, how may I assist you?
I need you to search the dark web.
Yeah, can you narrow that down a little? Because, it's pretty big and pretty dark out here.
Could you find intel about a Samuel Ratchet?
Samuel Ratchet. Got it. Bad dude?
They don't come worse. Send me what you find by email.
Alright, hang on. Okay. Yeah, Okay, nope. And... okay. Oh, this might be something. You gotta do a deeper dive, but you should find this interesting. Could be coincidence if I believed in them. Emailing details.
Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto.
We're here to save mankind. Oh, it's a cookbook.
No ty budeš zaraz ještě vydalšit tady 2 věci. Hector McCain.
The Orient Express. I'm gonna print these tickets and put them on the board.
No, to bude trpělivost, protože to jako tady... No už mám 2 z 5, takže se to bude pomaličku rysovat. Ach jo. Taskové, ale... Čekaj.
Mr. Ratchet, you didn't just steal statuettes. What?
Začen. Pak je e-mail. Počkej, e-mail.
The Orient Express.
Dobrá, tak zatím nic, tak jdeme spojit další důkaz. A tady to bude trochu těžší, pojď, jízdenka Hektora. A to je Ratchetova jízdenka. Tak zkusím to spojit. To Ratchetův lístek. Zkusím to propojit s dalšími věcmi. To není ono, počkej, ale... Bože, to bylo všechno. Počkej, se podívám ještě. Ale to není teďka, to ještě tady nejde zmáčknout, takže... No ty pičo, tam bude ještě na dlouho, ty vleze na tohle. Já jsem to všechno spojil, ne? To jsem spojil, a ještě to chtěl asi... To už to mám pokus za mnou, protože... Aha, čekaj. Jo, to je ten, jasně. Tak to by to měl být tady, to měl být.
The person traveling with Ratchet has the same last name as my district attorney during the Armstrong case?
Dobrá, takže tam máme... No, z 5 důkazů to píče ještě, kurva. No, taková milá holčička, to je bohužel, no, to se dneska stalo, počkej tady. No, říkám, to je klasika, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 a tady by to je úplně jasný. No, to je ten píčan malý mi se pletou právě, že něco jsem v rejstříku.
I knew it. He's the son of my former DA. He goes on the evidence board.
Jasný. Takže se budeme bavit mezi kompem a mezi... No, akorát to jsem nechtěl.
Here's what Hector McQueen looks like. Hector McQueen is the son of District Attorney McQueen.
Zajímavý. Tady se budeme mít 4 ty důkazy. Ne, ještě pořád 3, to znamená, že ještě jako s ničím to asi musíme... No, podívám se pro jistotu na ten komp, jestli náhodou. Určitě bych zpravoval tohle jméno, ale s kým ho spojit? To si myslím, že je blbost.
This guy works for Ratchet, and if that's a coincidence, I'll eat my badge.
Jo, vlastně ono, to je pravda. Jsem mal Ratchet s Domi oni byli spolu. Teď byli spolu na tom nastupišti vlastně. A pak jsem do toho zapletl ještě ten další píčo, to byl dalšího zaměstnance, co jsem to pak sešlo plantát. A ten byl výrazný, ještě byl takový jakože hodný a to je ten. Tak. Takže máme 4. Ne, protože máme 3 do píči, tak protože je to málo, kurva. Tak ještě potom... Ještě asi musí být nějaké propojení. Zkusíme s těma jízdenkama. Zkusíme ještě vykup. Takže tam se mě pochybuju. Ty piče, ty čarty, ale... Ale ono upřímně... Tohle bych pochyboval. Ale třeba musíme nějak spojit i tu Daisy. Teď se to trošku dezorientovali, protože tady to je fakt docela dost. Počkej, důkazy o únosu, to byl on. Taky ne. Takže já nemůžu použít to na pověru, protože to nejde, píču. Tak se prozlídem ještě. Výhoda, že nás to nemůže nikam pustit daleko, takže ono jako by teoreticky. No, taková milá holčička. Cíčací odpráskli.
Mr. Ratchet, you didn't just steal statuettes. What recent...
Je to ještě něco třeba ještě. musíme prostě něco spojit tady, no, to je prostě jasný. Teď je otázka cohle. Jo, teď je otázka, ještě by... Počkej, Masterland, kurva, to je ten... No tohle zjistí QR kód dlouho. To je QR kód tady. Když vlastně my jsme to jakoby docela použili všude, jo, takže jakoby... Přijmenáme těch čar už je moc. To by jako taky mohlo být.
Goodbye, Michael Clark. Hello, Samuel Ratchet, the man who stole your identity and your life.
Jasně. Tak. To budou 4. A zase ne, ty vole. Kurva. Tak to bude ještě teda hodně dlouhý. No, čičina tam je vysmatá, vole, to se má, vole. Jo, ale tady to jsem říkal, jo, že vlastně je to prostě vždycky až na konci, že... Přiznám se, ale že ty už jsem z toho zmatanej, ty vole. Kdyby šel na pojebaná, ale prostě, když počkat. Ne, tak to byla asi náhoda. Se zdalo, že... No fakt nejde, to je podvod. Kurva. To asi ne. Počkej. Je to docela hardcore, no, těch čarů je tady fakt docela mraky. Já už fakt nevím, co mám propojit, ty vole. To bych pochyboval. Když možná, že když je zvolená čára, tak to může znamenat jako... Jako nové tady to už je fakt docela hodně, jako to přiznám se, že... Kurva, to je v piči, že nedá ta skůra napojedat, ty vole. A už byl sympatický hned na začátku, že už tam se říkal, že to bude docela ale... Je to zajímavé, no. Jako viníci teoreticky jsou skoro už na světě. Tady to nejistý, ale otázkou je... Piči. Tohle...
As Ratchet is alive, the dead man can only be Noah.
Počkej, co říkala? piči, že nedala ta skůra napovědat, ty vole. A už byl sympatický hned na začátku, že už tam se říkal, že to bude docela ale... Je to zajímavé, ne? Jako viníci teoreticky jsou skoro už na světě. Tady to nejistý, ale otázkou je... Piči. Tohle...
As Ratchet is alive.
No, za mě to jako fakt jako dobrý, jo, ale... Takže... To by mělo být čtvrtý, ne, furt třetí, ty pičo. Panebože, kolik těch propojení ještě bude, ty vole. To je teda fakt jako mraky. Jako přiznám se, že jsem se docela s tím ztratil, ty vole. Těch čarů, že tady na mě teda fakt jako... Ty jsi mi za konec konců napověděl, tak to je divný, to ani není.
At night. Okay. Connections? Connections?
Tohle pospěvat.
Okay, as I spent forever clicking around on this wall, I think I realized that now I have to go back to this. I was sitting there clicking around for so long. Hopefully I cut it all out so it's not.
The Orient Express departs from Istanbul next week. Interesting. I'll put it on the board.
The event? Some old train. But that face, that man.
Tak. Jako to by teoreticky mohlo být.
Next week, a certain Edward Masterman will be on the Orient Express.
Jasně.
Dr. McQueen will be on the Orient Express next week.
Ten taky, jasně.
Ratchet will be traveling on the Orient Express in a week.
Jo, a teď se připl Lukas, teď by to mělo být jakože čtvrtý. Ne, furt je to málo, ale... Nevím, ještě... To ne, to je blbost. No to by... mohlo... Z toho vlastníkem se na prašky, ty vole. To je blbost, tady tohle. Jak jedno, tak druhý, tak třetí. Počkej, ale tady, počkej, tady. Ale... to mohlo být...
Foscarelli will be on the Orient Express next week.
Jo, to vlastně jasně, to je ta autonomná společnost.
I know that face. That's John Armstrong's driver. Damn, Ratchet is taking the Orient Express next week. McQueen, the district attorney's son, is too. Foscarelli, the Armstrong chauffeur, is too. It can't be a coincidence. McQueen and Foscarelli must have decided to take revenge and will undoubtedly attack Ratchet on this train.
No,
I have to be on the Orient Express to stop them. And above all, I must stop Ratchet. But I can't do it in Istanbul because there's no extradition treaty with the United States. Ratchet can never be judged in the US without an extradition treaty. I'll have to wait until he's in Paris to have him arrested.
Tak, takže... No, už je tam to docela dost. Teď bych typoval, že tady bude pátá kolonka. Mám to dokonce ne, tak to bude animace rovnou.
Every compartment is taken for this special anniversary journey. Oh, it's impossible to find a ticket. What can I do?
To je jedno. To je jedno, v tom případě to je jedno.
Let's find out who's traveling on the Orient Express. Time to call Braid.
Ale zajímavý případy, no, to jako... Právě Alan byl v tom super, akorát tam bylo na píču, že ty případy byly vlastně jakoby...
It's me again.
I haven't found anything useful yet.
I need one last favor. But it's a big one.
Uh-oh.
Can you find me the list of passengers of the Orient Express for that anniversary trip?
Hold on. Jeez, their idea is surprisingly good. Maybe because of the big event. I found the list, but they sealed my back door as I was starting to capture it.
Oh, no.
Oh, calm down. I got one name. Female. The name I got before they kicked me off the server was Stacy Johnson. Do you feel like a Stacy Johnson?
The question is, how is she going to feel about helping me?
That's one you'll have to figure out for yourself. I gotta go back to weaving my magic on the web.
Tak. Takže Na nástěnce jsme spojili všechny stopy. 5 z 5. Píše nám to, že vlastně důkazy ukazují na Orient Express. Jo, jak jsem říkal, je to vždycky udělané. Čím další případy, tím je to vždycky na konci. Když jsou ty případy víc, tak to už poznáte teoreticky. To je právě to, co jsem říkal, že to je vždycky jakoby... Ale tady je pravda, že se jako to dalo pozdřívat teoreticky jako... Myslím, že jsem tady na začátku říkal, že by to teoreticky mohlo být dál, ale to se nevědělo ještě tu vraždu toho. Tak, tady mám poslední. Tak to je jednoduché, zavoláme. Jo, jak jsem říkal, 1, 2, 3, 4 a krásně si to doplní, prostě to je taky taková matematika. Ale pravda, já si myslím, že se to spíš použije na tu nastěnku ten důkaz, ale tak to odliší. Telefon 9533. To je dobře, že rovnou zavolal, že to musím zase vytáčet to číslo. A fakt je to dobrý, ty. Dobrý den.
Hello, is this Stacy Johnson?
Who's asking?
My name is Joanna Locke. I'm a police detective.
And I'm just an actress. Now what did I do wrong?
Nothing. I need your help. I need to take your place in the Orient Express.
Is this a joke? No way.
No, tak ty musíme dát slovo, no. Počkej, když...
Do you remember the Armstrong kidnapping?
Of course I do. That poor little
Tak to
girl.
by na něj
I'm
mohlo
a police
platit, no.
officer. I have a new lead that may help me find her killer.
Wait, didn't they prove it was the nanny?
I have found compelling new evidence. I've reopened my investigation.
You know, I had my doubts about the murderous nanny. I played a nanny a couple years ago in a slasher. I was killed in the first episode, but it got me interested in helping kids.
Stacy, please. You say you help kids?
Well, I joined a couple of associations who are trying to help underprivileged kids. If this little girl's real killer is still out there somewhere, I'd do anything I could to help.
Getting me on that train will help more than you can imagine.
So, you want my ticket for the Orient Express? But I booked it months ago. I was so much looking forward to this trip.
Tak chceš jít s vrahem, ty vole. Rafu.
Stacy, I can tell you care about kids. Here's your chance to help put this beast in prison for the rest of his life. Think of the publicity for those causes you care about. Think about the kids.
The kids? Yeah. All right. We'll do it for Daisy and the kids who suffer. I'll take care of changing the tickets to your name and send it to you. Get him. Make him pay.
I will. Thank you so much.
Tak jo.
Stacy was as good as her word. I received the ticket. I called my chief to let him know I was taking my vacation time. I had coming. I flew to Istanbul. I was finally going to nail the monster responsible for Daisy Armstrong's death, Michael Clark's death, even his accomplice, and, I suspected, so many others as well. You know the rest.
Konec to musí být i ten vlastní stíhací. Tady v tomhle případě to, proto jsem říkal jenom 99%, protože nakonec to může být ten co vlastně, ten co to má ty cigarety. Třeba se domluví všichni, ale.
And that's how I found myself on this train. On
Dobrý, ale dobrý
the
příběh, to
rest
se
you
musím
know.
znát.
My identity is easily checked with the Berkshire Police.
Thank you for your detailed account, Mademoiselle Locke. In addition to giving us crucial details of the investigation, you have made it clear that there are many who might wish to see Ratchet dead.
chce zastavit, ale to přece nebude policie.
I know you are innocent. Your forthright testimony and your movements, or lack of them, last night eliminate you from our list of suspects.
I agree, without a doubt. Another detective will be great help to the investigation.
Book.
Although my friend certainly does not need any help.
You are too kind.
Thank you for believing me. I'd like to help in any way I can.
Do not worry, Mademoiselle Locke. Already I see things more clearly. It's obvious whoever drugged you was trying to derail your investigation.
You mean the person who did this to me is Ratchet's killer?
Both Monsieur Michel and Fraulein Schmidt had the means and opportunity to drug you. While you get your strength back, I intend to interview them.
Excellent idea, my friend. All this excitement has whetted my appetite. I'm sure Mademoiselle Locke won't say no to a good, invigorating meal.
What? No, I want to hear what the conductor and Fräulein Schmidt have to say for themselves.
It is my duty to ensure the well-being of the passengers. If Dr. Constantine has no objection, I will escort you to the restaurant car.
On the contrary, some food will do her the greatest good.
Well, I'm still a little shaky. Mr. Poirot, will you please keep me informed about what you learn?
You may be certain of it.
No, dobra. A tady máme co? Já bych zavřel všechny, ale to řešený, ale. Ale tak samozřejmě, že tak černý to není, protože... Počkej, Smithová piče, proto vůbec je kurva. To je která, ale... Smithová... Natalie... Ne, to taky není ona... Počkej, to která to je, ty piče. Jo, to je tady tato, ona má akorát, jo. Ona má kuple 105. Uvidíme, jestli... To je hned totiž tady, takže... Tak to... Tím pádem bude někde... Ale ten si je fakt dobrý, ty vole. Ještě zvažuji, že bych se potom někdy možná dal ještě tu Agatha Christie. Akorát to není tam horší, no, to je jedna věc. A druhá věc je ta, že... Je protože tam je to taky, jo, tam je to úplně jasný, že tam to bude až někdy. To je vždycky tak, to je prostě to, jako nemůžeš se počítat, že ten vrah, i když bylo fakt vtipný špacel na palubě, ještě schválně udělali, že zemřel. A já jsem si to myslel, že... Potom jako, že by to...
Good evening, Fräulein Schmidt. May I disturb you for a moment?
You ask so politely, mein Herr, but I do not think I have a choice.
I know you drugged Mademoiselle Locke's tea. Don't try to deny it.
Nevertheless, I do deny it.
I wanted to let you know that your roommate, Mademoiselle Locke, is awake.
Ah, yes, I'm glad to hear that. I was worried about her. Did she tell you what had happened to her?
I wanted to let you know that your...
Ah, yes, I was worried.
Unfortunately, she doesn't remember much, but we found a residue of a sleeping pill in her cup of tea. Since you two were alone together in your room when she drank it, who else but you could have drugged her?
Must I point out I do not make the tea on this train? You should question the conductor or the kitchen staff.
I know you have sleeping pills, Fräulein.
I do have some. Do you think I'm the only person on this train who finds it difficult to sleep? I believe the Countess Andreni takes them. And I heard the Olsen woman thanking Mrs. Hubbard for a pill.
That was aspirin.
If you say so.
Mademoiselle Locke could have died. Whoever drugged her must not feel any empathy for their fellow human beings, given the dose that Mademoiselle Locke ingested. She was close to death.
Oh my God. What did I do? I didn't want to hurt her. Just have her sleep for a few hours while we had time.
We? Time for what? Time for what, Madame Schmidt?
You think I feel nothing? Nothing? That poor little girl.
Indeed, that poor little girl. Fräulein Schmidt is somehow connected to the Armstrong case. I must admit I'm not right this time. That was easy. Fräulein Schmidt, I have a certain reputation for sniffing out...
I am not a murderer.
Forgive me, but I was going to say brilliant chefs. You were the Armstrong family's cook, were you not?
But yes, I was the cook of that lovely, lovely family. I'm sorry, but I must ask you to give me some time to collect myself. It wasn't supposed to be like this, my darling, my poor darling child.
I will give you that time, Fräulein. You have given me much more. I must check in with my other suspects to make certain I have all the pieces of the puzzle in my possession.
Teda kurva jsem do piči přišel. Kde se kurva neprovočí, ty ale.
You're right, Mr. Book. This dessert is delicious. I'm glad we didn't wait for dinner.
I promise the entrée will be superb as well.
Detective Locke, you are recovering well, I see.
Yes, I should be helping with the investigation. Do you know who drugged me?
It is early yet for conclusions. When I return, then we shall see.
Do not worry, Poirot. She is in good hands. Botaru, Freya, and yours truly are looking after her.
Tak já se nechám kouknout. Myslím, že proč ho spíš najdeme že ho najdeme. Tady ne. No ale ty jsme se díval, tak to ještě 3 hodiny minimálně zaznamuje, takže to nemůže být konec. Jedině, že byl ještě nějaký další případ, třeba na 2 hoďky, ale... jsem se jako Michal, jo, ale teď otázka, kde vlastně sídlí. Michal, to je průvodčí tady. Jo, počkej, 301, píče to bylo. 301 myslím byla úplně vzadu. A fakt je to dobrá hra, hodně dobrá hra. Škoda, že právě Lawyer měl řešené, že prostě tam vlastně byli nevinní a vy jste to vlastně jako vydávali dohromady. Počkej tady.
I have nothing to ask them at the moment. I should leave them alone.
No, tak si povídejte. Myslím, že 301 by měl být... No, možná, že ještě tady. Můžeme se zeptat jeho, jestli třeba něco mi řekne.
All that snow. Are you familiar with the concept of entropy, Monsieur McQueen?
Oh, Mr. Poirot, I didn't see you. Entropy? Randomness in a system or something?
Yes, unpredictability. Even the best laid plans can go astray, thanks to something as simple as...
An unexpected passenger?
Perhaps. Or snow.
Abych řekl pozavíral, no bylo by to vyřešený, vole. Jsme se s tím neparali se smradama. Počkej, tyhle... Pičo. Co tam kurva? Jo, kdo mění, že on je tady ten vagon. Ježišmarja. Ale fakt si to zahrajte, to je strašně dobrá hra. Víte, že to hraju, baví mě. Akorát... Jak jsem říkal, za mě těch her moc. Ale jde hrát zkráceně všechno. Rovno, no přes nohu. Pičo, kde je sakra ten průvodčí? Třeba, počkej, tady. Tyhle, nebo to někde? Nebylo to přece v tom zavazadlovém prostoru tam někde? Personál, tady to možná má být.
Jean, you've mixed everything up again. Oh, I can't find the coffee liqueur for tonight's dessert.
Rafu. To nám řekla hodně, ale. Tady je co? Tady, počkej. Tady je restaurace. Proto právě třeba mrtí krtí případy, ale prostě fakt dávají jasnou logiku, když se svoje zapantají, že tam nechají vlasenku, tam nechají to, tam udělají to, tam nechají zlomený klíč, tam udělají to. Ty vole. Člověk se, je tady. No počkej, já se to nahraju.
Good evening, Michel. Am I bothering you? You seem stressed.
With everything that's going on, I must admit it's difficult to be relaxed.
Of course, I understand. Especially since we know that Detective Locke's tea was drugged before it was served to her.
Detective?
Come now, Michel. Surely you would have taken the opportunity to search her things and found her badge. Luckily, she woke up and was finally able to tell us her story.
Otaru boiled the water, Jean made the tea. I just brought it. Sir, it could have been any of this staff.
Your defense is to accuse others? You have a network connection?
No, unfortunately. It's just an automatic reminder to pay my rent. I always forget, and my landlord complains.
Pierre Michel had to be involved in the murder.
No.
Drugged tea, his post at the end of the hall, and now I know why I know more than one of those people on the screen.
To je celkem jednoduchý. Jean... Počkej. Tak tady to nemůžeme splést ten výhora, no. Únory to bylo horší, vole. Tam prostě vás každá chyba mrzela. Počkej, ta pana Michala. Počkej, nalevo. Teď je otázka, jestli to myšleno... Aha, to mělo být tohle. To je jasný, to je Sushin, ne počkej, ne Sushin Morenová, to je Skuva. A i ty jména jsou docela pamatovatelný, to byla vlastně manželka toho, no ta potratila, umřela. Takže Susan...
Well done.
A to je... Tento to není určitě, to je ten totiž ten nějaký ten důstojník. Jsem trošku pletu upřímně, ale vzhledem tomu, že to bylo to, abych typoval, to měl být ten Hartmann.
Yes.
OK.
My little grey cells did not let me down. You are the father of Suzanne Moreau, Daisy Armstrong's nanny. My condolences on the death of your wife.
What? But my wife...
Enough lies. Suzanne does not bear your name?
No. Suzanne's mother and I were divorced. Suzanne kept her mother's name.
My most sincere condolences, Monsieur Michel, on the deaths of Suzanne and your wife.
This job, I loved them, but I was never there for them. Then, a year after the divorce, Solange became ill. Suzanne took her to this special hospital in the US. Got that job as Daisy's nanny.
I understand your pain. And the reason that led you to drug Detective Locke.
We really can't hide anything from you, can we?
Many have been foolish enough to try and keep the truth from Hercule Poirot.
Yes, I admit, I drugged the tea. But it was only to keep her quiet, until I could... But she reacted so much to the sleeping pills.
She was lucky, as are you, that she didn't die. To be frank, there is one more thing that puzzled me, but I think I understand now. Monsieur Hardman was Suzanne's fiancé.
Huh. I have the impression my whole life to you is an open book. Yes, Cyrus was my daughter's fiancé. I almost consider Cyrus as my own son.
Of course, much more is clear now. I have been patient long enough. It is time to go and see what all the commotion is next door. Monsieur Hardman, excellent. The gods who watch over detectives must have trapped you here.
Why didn't they watch over me? I'm a detective too. I was talking to Michelle about a leaky faucet, and I wanted to go out, but you showed up.
No need to invent some preposterous story.
But really,
Michel has told me everything. You are the fiancé of Suzanne Moreau, his daughter.
Oh. I see.
Surely this is not a big surprise to you.
No. Suzanne was the only woman I ever loved. And I failed her. I got into a spat. It was nothing. but I was too proud to apologize. We weren't speaking at all. Suzanne never really cared for that guy, Noah. She would have forgiven me, if only. If only.
If only. A common refrain between lovers who quarrel. Obviously, Pierre Michel and Fräulein Schmidt both drugged Detective Locke's tea, causing the overdose. No wonder she had so much trouble waking up. Time to report my findings to her and...
Kurva, teď se... Uj, pičo. Tady. Tak, všichni za to můžou. Celý blok odsoudíme. Tady ne, kámo, tady ne. Tak, tady měl být ten buk, nebo jak se jmenuje. Počkej.
So, my friend, tell me, you have something new?
Takže prašky spaní, ty piče, to taková celá familie, ty vole.
Mademoiselle Locke, I know who drugged you. Fräulein Schmidt and our conductor, Pierre Michel, both admitted putting sleeping pills into your tea. This explains your overdose. They are relieved you are recovering.
Michel drugged a passenger? On behalf of the company, I offer my apologies to you, Mademoiselle Locke. Michel will answer for this outrage.
Both of them? I was pretty sure about Fräulein Schmidt, but I admit that I did not suspect the conductor.
No, to už tak někdy bývá. Tak.
I have uncovered multiple connections with the Armstrong case. Pierre Michel is the father of Suzanne Moreau, little Daisy's nanny, and Monsieur Hardman was Suzanne's fiancé. As for Hildegard Schmidt, she was the cook of the Armstrong family. What a coincidence, don't you think?
But it's incredible. What are the odds that so many people linked to that tragic affair ended up on the same train?
About the same as you winning the lottery, my friend.
I wasn't the officer who interviewed Fräulein Schmidt back then, so she couldn't recognize me here on the train. How could they know who I was?
There were other passengers who might have. Or she may have seen you when you visited the Armstrong home. It is now clear to me that some of the clues to this elaborate plot were staged for my benefit.
Vrch nastoupil do vlaku, zabil Archeta a okamžitě vystoupil. No, vzhledem k tomu, že byli v tom všichni zapletení, objednali z dark webovle, Rafl. Já si myslím, že by to možná mohlo být i tady tohle, ale tak to počkej, ne? Nebo možná i tohle, ale... Tohle, tak. A jenom jen celou mátli, všichni spolupracovali a všichni byli proti nám. Otázku, jestli to je pravda nebo ne. Je to tak.
That was easy. Some clues and information collected so far could lead to a hypothesis. The murderer boarded the train in Vinkovsky, killed Ratchet, and then left the train immediately.
Takže všichni jsou komplicé a potřebujeme vraha.
Monsieur Hardman told me about a short man with a high-pitched voice who threatened Ratchet. Imagine for a moment that this man, wearing a wagon-lee conductor's jacket, killed him while Michelle was on the platform at Vinkovsky. This murderer then hid the conductor's jacket in Detective Locke's room, then fled before the train left.
Why choose Detective Locke's room?
Why, indeed. Let me re-explain from the beginning.
Teď to bude horší, no, a teď budu muset nasložit. Vrah vystoupit z vlaku, to bude poslední, musím to nějak vzít systematicky. To je jedno teďka, která má. Michal nastupuje zpět do vlaku, který odjíždí. Vrah nastoupí do vlaku v přestrojení za průvodčího. Podvad. Kurva, nemůže být daleko, vole. Počkejte, vrah nastoupí do vlaku přestrojení za průvodčího. Vrah, počkej, když jako pomocí. O půlnoci ještě nebyl mrtvý, ale v tom případě. No, 10 ještě taky nebyl mrtvý.
This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth.
Vrah nastoupí do vlaku. Michal nastupuje zpět do vlaku, který odjíždí 010.
No, not good.
No, jsem blízko, ale zároveň daleko, kurva. Už je taky může být klidně takhle, že jo?
This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth.
Blbost. Vlak o půlce stojí venkocík a Michal se na nastupiště. On nastoupí. Akorát v jakém pořadí do pičí, to je ta otázka, no, to je... To není zase tak moc už teďka.
Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer.
Ty piču.
No. I do not think that's the right answer.
Tohle bylo ale kurva do píče, debilní mobil, ty vole, nechce nabíjet, to je hruza. Tak. Každopádně, vlak o půlnoci stojí ve Vinkovicích. Tohle ale bude blbě, podle mě. Kurva, to zase tak nemůže být. To rozhodně špatně, to musí být, kurva, to musí být. Ale ne, ty vole. No. Kurva, kolik jsme se sekli, jo, protože nemůžu se s tím párat. Vrah použil toho, že vlak zastavil a toho, že pan Michal vystoupil z přestupiště a pak do něj vstoupil přestranit za pravočího. Počkej. No to je teď rozdíl, to je nastoupí, vystoupí, jasně. Takhle to je šipka. Jole. Vlastně jde špatně, protože to musí být první, že jo? Pičo.
No, not good.
No nic jsem dalšího povědět. Asi nebudu zdržovat, takže každopádně co řekla tady. Poté zabral Četa a z místa činu odešel přes kupu paní Harbory, kde ukryl muž, to znamená, že ho zabil a pak... Jo, zabije... Pak ho jakoby ukryje a pak by se mohl zbavit...
Think, Poirot, that is not a good answer.
Já se zapomněl, že vlastně... Čekat, to je v 11. Tak, tam umazané to jedno, co to je podstatný, ale kurva. Teď se zdržoval už dlouho, co fakt nechce zdržovat. Poté si sako, počkej. Poté si sako sundal a ukryl je v kufru detektiva. A pak vystoupil z vlaku. Může být takhle ještě?
I must admit I'm not right this time.
Tak říkali, že tohle... Vrak se zbaví saka... Tady platí tohle, ale... Ty byš to jenom dohromady se napovedou, ty vole. Zastaví vlak. Ok, zastaví vlak. Jo, servis nastupiště, to je jedna věta. Ale ne, kurva. To je samozřejmě špatně, to musí být takhle. No, easy game, vole. To jsme byli blbě, ale tam to...
Mon Dieu! Oui! That must be it! Everything fits so well!
It fits too well, my friend. Other clues lead to a second hypothesis, much more plausible.
Rofl. Peníze určitě ne, existuje několik rok, kteří souvisí s případem. Jasně.
My little grey cells did not let me down. So, We have multiple murderers, all related to the Armstrong case. The murderer from Vinkovsky was a fabrication to turn suspicion away from those on the train. They expected the investigation to be led by some small-town official who could easily be misled.
Mr. Poirot?
Detective Locke, forgive me. You are an obvious exception. You tracked Ratchet with the tenacity of a bloodhound. Unfortunately for the killers, they not only had you to deal with, but now they had, and I say this with all modesty, the world's greatest detective, Hercule Poirot, dropped into the midst of their meticulous planning.
Multiple murderers? Multiple detectives? Poirot, please take pity on me. Who is linked to this case, and who is not?
My poor friend, I have gone speeding out of the station without you. I will continue.
Si musíme najít 9 lidí, kteří jsou označeni jako vrazi. Dobrý, že já z toho odfajfku, ale to mám rád, jakože to potom, když pročtete milion věcí, tak to bychom měli dát taky, Ratchet byl určitě, tohle také, prvočí také. Tohle to byl myslím tež. Tohle bych jako dal možná, protože no tam no to je teď jedno, počkat, kde byly ti dva, jo, tohle vlastně ty dva, jo, takže máme 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ještě potřebujeme 3. Cyrus. Jedna, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Jo, manželka. To byla to, počkej. No tak kdybyste zabili třeba Ujerovi, třeba jako příklad, ten film, ta komedie byla. A oni by všichni nasadili do vlaku, vole, a ty by se na všechny pomstili, pičo. Aby tam z toho Ujeru, vole. A přiznám si, že jsem to trošku nečekal, že by to mohli být všichni. Sice se k tomu docela potom vedlo, ale já jsem říkal závěry, já máš zasadním v závěru, Harry. To je nejlepší variant. Ale to je teď, jo, tohle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Měl by to být jako správně, ale možná nějaká chyba tam bude. Jako dobrý, no, jak se to trochu netrefili. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2 jména ještě. Že vlastně ta by to měla být taky. Tak tento teda nebyl, jo. Ani on to nebyl, jo. Nejhorší, že tam zabudovali ten systém, že manželka od manželky, vole, a ten od snachy a ten pičot. To je něco na mě, vole. A Konstantin, ten tam myslím... Barman? No. To se mi moc nechce věřit. To bylo dobře, OK. Ještě jednou potřebujeme identifikovat. To jsme dávali, to bych nedal. To jsem neskoušel, to, jo, to vlastně, to by to mohlo být. Tam měla ty prášky, myslím. Nebo ne? Když oni všichni piča byli, to je, oni prostě všichni se domluvili na něho, jakoby. No, teď jsem zapomněl, koho jsem chtěl kliknout. No, i. Dobře, tak to není taky. Ty piča, to tam nebylo, ty vole. Požadat. Co teda piču, že z toho jedna jde, ty vole, jste si přečetli ty věci, no tak teď, no to nastřelíme takhle přímo. Ježíš, proč musí ty kontakty v těch mobilech tak špatný? To je v piči, ne? Tak zkusíme obvinit to, ne, to jsme obvinili, počkej, takhle. Jean Fonter? Moc jich už nezbývá teda popravdě řečeno. Ten tak blbost, tomu nevěřím.
I do not think that's the right answer. This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth.
Ty pičo.
Think, Poirot, that is not a good answer.
Počkej, dělej si prdel, že? Ti říkal, že ji neuvidíme, ty vole. Jo, počkej, ještě to může být tamhle. To by to mohlo teoreticky to...
Must admit I'm not right this time.
Neříkej, že on, vole, hrofo, to bylo vtipný, kdyby to bylo jo.
No, not good.
To si děláš prdel?
My little grey cells did not let me down.
No, to je trochu proti řeči.
Pierre Michel, Monsieur Hardman and Monsieur McQueen are all linked to the Armstrong case. I also know that Sonia Armstrong's sister and godmother, Countess Andreni and Princess Dragomirov, are on this train. And finally, Detective Locke discovered that Mr. Foscarelli was the Armstrong chauffeur.
If we add Detective Locke and Ratchet, of the 12 passengers in that coach, 9 have a connection with the Armstrong case. What next, Poirot? Or should I say, who next?
It is time to summon everyone.
Everyone? Even Dr. Constantine? The train crew other than Michel?
Dr. Constantine, yes. I will need him. But we don't want the others as witnesses.
I will see that their duties keep them occupied elsewhere.
Excellent. I have always thought this moment in a case is much like Rodin unveiling the thinker before a captivated audience. A work of art. Have you not felt that way, Detective?
No, Mr. Poirot. I'm happy just to slap the cuffs on him.
Well, there is some artistry in that as well, I suppose.
Where would you like the unveiling, Poirot? The lounge?
Perfect.
Then I will gather all the passengers in the lounge.
Tak jo, no, tak jdeme na odhalení. Víte, vlaček zastal pěkně v poklidu. Jo, takže zase všichni viní. OK. Já se zase sejdu po další době. No, je to jako... Říkám, nebylo to špatný. Příběh docela jako... To je fakt moc, ty vole. Totiž u těma je problém, že buď jsou to pičo milion kompliců a FEU a nevím všechno, nebo... Čekaj, možná se to bylo tady. Ten salon nebyl, myslím, před. A nebo... A vlastně to správně. Dobrý den. Všichni jste vinni. Přiznejte se dobrovolně.
Are the train crew locked in their quarters?
Yes, they are.
Then the stage is set for the final act. Ladies and gentlemen, I have gathered you together to hear my reconstruction of the murder of Samuel Edward Ratchet, also known as Cassetti. There is not one, but two possible solutions of the crime. I shall put them both before you, and I shall ask Monsieur Bouc and Dr. Constantine here to judge which solution is the correct.
Two solutions?
Mr. Poirot, I am hardly qualified.
Nevertheless, your assistance is required. Now, you all know the facts of the case. Ratchet was found stabbed to death this morning. He was last known to be alive at 12:37 a.m. last night, when he spoke to the wagon-lit conductor through the door. His watch was found to be badly dented, and it had stopped at 1:15. Dr. Constantine, who examined the body, puts the time of death as having occurred between midnight and 2 in the morning. At half an hour after midnight, as you all know, the train ran into a snowdrift. After that time, it was impossible for anyone to leave the train. So, here is my first theory. The enemy, as Ratchet expected, joined the train at Vinkovsky by the door left open by Captain Arbuthnot and Monsieur McQueen, who had just descended to the platform. He was equipped with a wagon-lit jacket, which he wore over his ordinary clothes, and a pass key which enabled him to gain access to Ratchet's compartment in spite of the doors being locked. Ratchet was under the influence of a sleeping draught. This man stabbed him with great ferocity, 12 wounds in all. He left the compartment through the communicating door to Madame Hubbard's compartment.
Yes, that's so. Scared me half out of my wits.
The murderer thrust the dagger he had used into Mrs. Hubbard's handbag in passing. Without knowing it, he lost a button of his uniform. Then he slipped out of the compartment and along the corridor. He put the uniform jacket into Detective Locke's suitcase to cast suspicion on her. And a few minutes later, dressed in his ordinary clothes, he left the train just before it started off again, using the same means for egress, the door near the dining car. That is the first hypothesis. But there's a second for that. We must examine the motive for the crime. Why was Ratchet killed? The motive is clear. Revenge, of course. Nothing was stolen, and we know that Ratchet had made many enemies. This was a premeditated crime, meticulously planned. Since the kidnapping and death of little Daisy Armstrong, which traumatized many people close to the family. Even when the police concluded that it was Suzanne Moreau, questions remained. Detective Locke continued her investigation, as did others. They became convinced the truth lay elsewhere. We now know who the real murderer of Daisy is. It is clear now that Daisy's killer was Ratchet, also known as Cassetti and Michael Clark and how many other names. But of course, many of you have known this for a long time. It is obvious that the 12 stab wounds are not a random number. Dr. Constantine's analysis revealed that some stab wounds appeared to have been caused by a right-handed attacker. Others indicated the knife wielder was left-handed. Some wounds were deep. more than one fatal. Yet others were not much more than mere scratches. What can explain these discrepancies? This leads us to an obvious conclusion. They are symbolic.
Zajímavé. Tak věk určitě, než měl 3 roky.
12 stabs. 12! The same number as a trial jury in the United States. But not just a jury of 12 members condemning him to death, but 12 executioners as well. This self-appointed jury had meticulously planned for everything except
snow.
Snow. The avalanche that stopped us, as well as the presence of not one but 2 detectives on the train. They had to improvise, to hastily add clues and false leads.
Tak tohle jsem říkal, to úplně jasný, to bylo jasný dopředu. Zbytek ani ne, ale tohle jo, tak všechno byl falšný důkaz.
This woman in a red kimono does not exist. I don't know which of the passengers it was. It does not really matter. It was just a performance. A charade to introduce another possible culprit to muddy the waters. This woman in a red... I don't know which of the... It was just a... The time on Ratchet's broken watch was deliberately set to conceal the true time of the crime. The vial of vaping liquid incriminated Captain Arbuthnot. However, he had a solid alibi confirmed by Monsieur McQueen. Impossible then to suspect him. The conductor's jacket found in Detective Locke's suitcase was put there only to cast suspicion upon her. All these false leads were intended for me. But I am Poirot. I understood the truth. We have a train full of suspects. It's time to identify who the real culprits are. Let's start with Detective Locke.
No. To je otázka, ty. Já jenom schválně ano. Uvidíme, jestli... A to pokazit pro nejde, já bych dal ne jako, ale... No jasně, dobrý, to jsem si ověřil, takže... Já si myslím, že ne, protože... Co dokázal nevinu slečny?
Planting the conductor's jacket in her suitcase was an attempt to implicate Detective Locke, but she couldn't fake her drugged condition. Dr. Constantine can testify that the drugged tea incapacitated her for hours, and she had 2 relapses. Let us move on to Monsieur McQueen. When I told him about Cassetti, he looked very surprised that I managed to make the connection between him and the Armstrong case. He told me, "But I thought we had..." I think he meant... You thought you didn't leave any real clues linking the murder to the Armstrong kidnapping. Moreover, you insisted that Ratchet did not speak French when you knew I had heard a voice calling out in French that was supposed to be Ratchet. You took some pleasure in leaving me false clues, I think. It was quite annoying. But you told me yourself that your father was the district attorney who handled the Armstrong case.
The case haunted my father. At first, he believed Suzanne Moreau had helped her boyfriend, Noah, to kidnap Daisy, even though there were questions that went unanswered, and a young policewoman refused to let it go, continuing to find discrepancies, but never enough to reopen the official investigation.
That policewoman sits there. Her name is Joanna Locke.
Then tell him. Tell him how in the end my father believed you, how he resigned a job that he loved, racked with guilt that he may have let that monster go free. He died young, broken, his faith in justice broken. That's what Ratchet did to him.
Thank you for your honesty, Monsieur McQueen. Your father is one more victim of the man who called himself Ratchet. Now, I will turn to Ratchet's valet, Monsieur Masterman. I suspect that Ratchet was not a kindly employer. But that's not a good enough reason to kill him. Ratchet sensed danger close to him and naturally wanted to stay awake. You gave him sleeping pills without his knowledge. Once he was sound asleep, you could do what you had to do in peace.
Sir, I'll tell you the truth. I was Colonel Armstrong's adjutant in the war, sir, and afterwards, I was his valet in New York. I'm afraid I concealed the fact this morning. It was very wrong of me, sir, but I knew how suspicious it would look.
Is that all you have to say?
That's all, sir.
Now, to leave no suspicious stone unturned, let us move on to Monsieur Book.
What? Me? A suspicious stone?
Myslím si, že ne.
No, Poirot, Book will have a heart attack if you're not careful. Book, my friend, of course you are not
No,
guilty.
to
You did everything you could to get me on this train. What madness would cause you to ensure, and I speak with all modesty, that the best detective in the world could be present to witness your crime?
But doesn't our friendship count as well?
Most assuredly, but a murderer can wear all sorts of masks, including friendship. Let us consider our ever-efficient wagon-lit conductor, Pierre Michel. No, that is his motive. I need real, tangible proof.
Říkám, jsem nechci říct, že jsou byli na konci, ty vole. Fakt, každý se s vámi podívám. No, tak ještě pak nastoupit, tak ne, tak ještě, tak 2 hodiny ještě, tak ještě.
Your admission that you drugged Detective Locke immediately incriminates you, but the murder could not have been possible without your very capable assistance. Your knowledge of train procedures made the murder possible, and your position in the corridor of the train allowed you to be the perfect alibi for several passengers. And your motive? Suzanne Moreau, Daisy Armstrong's poor nanny, who was wrongly accused and committed suicide, was your daughter.
C'est un foiré. He got what he deserved. My poor daughter has finally been avenged. My Suzanne. My child.
Let's move on now to Monsieur Hardman, one of 3 detectives on this train. Monsieur Hardman, I think you are a real detective, but you were never hired by Ratchet. Your alibi was that you were watching the corridor to protect Ratchet, which, of course, you never did. You protected Pierre Michel. However, we just saw that his alibi doesn't hold up, so neither does yours.
I don't know about the conductor.
Being Suzanne's fiancé, you had a substantial motive to punish Ratchet. You used your detective skills, just as Detective Locke did, to hunt him down and finally avenge the death of your beloved.
That's right, Mr. Poirot. I do have some detective skills.
I never doubted it.
Pro fakt vždycky dá při skromnosti, to je fakt moc, ty
Now,
pičo.
Fraulein Schmidt, the lady's maid with the soul of a cook. Although she tried to protect the princess when I presented her with the embroidered handkerchief, that's not evidence she committed murder. Fraulein Schmidt, you told me of your remorse for drugging Detective Locke. I believe you are sincere. However, as the cook of the Armstrong family, you experienced the drama from within. The death of Daisy, then Sonia Armstrong, who died in childbirth, and finally, Suzanne and John Armstrong.
So much misfortune in that poor family. The death of this criminal is only justice.
Let us move on to Countess Andreny. I was impressed by the earnestness of her husband when he swore to me solemnly on his honor that his wife never left her compartment that night. Should I believe it? Even if it seems logical, it's more complicated than that. I believe Countess Andreny. On the contrary, this fact gives her a motive for murder. Countess Andreny, being Sonia Armstrong's sister, you had every reason in the world to want to avenge her. But you were incapable of stabbing someone, even after what he had done to you and your family. The night of the crime, you simply took a sleeping pill. I appreciate the irony that nearby, Detective Locke was also in a drugged sleep. When you awoke, you thought the nightmare was over.
Rudolph?
Hush, my love. Hush. Excellent transition. I was coming to you, Count Andreny.
To se spíš nebyl tam Patrovi, ale.
12 people, a jury. This was very important to all of you. If Countess Andreny did not stab Ratchet, someone had to take her place. And you, Count, the beloved husband, I've seen how fiercely you love and protect your wife.
Enough! I would do anything for Helena. Anything. Even that.
Yes, even that. Let's move on to Monsieur Foscarelli. Detective Locke found out that you were the Armstrong chauffeur, and that you planned to travel on the same train at the same time as Ratchet. That is what made her decide to obtain a ticket as well. Unfortunately, she could not prevent the murder. Have you lost your tongue, Mr. Foscarelli?
Oh, Daisy. She was the delight of the house. Tonio, she called me. And she would sit in the car and pretend to drive me.
And you, Mademoiselle Olson, a champion for the immigrants, a worthy calling. I do not think that's the right answer. Mademoiselle Olson, you supported Madame Hubbard's story about her connecting door latch, a story that I later demonstrated to be impossible. So, you deliberately lied to me, and you also lied about Mademoiselle Debenham's whereabouts.
Enough! I can't take this anymore. I know what you want from me, Mr. Poirot. Very well. Here it is. She was my little Daisy, my angel, so patient. When I patched a scrape or took her temperature, that was my job. But she was so much more to me. She was a shining light in an ever-darkening world. I've tried to honor her by caring for children who have lost everything.
Thank you, Mademoiselle Olson. You too shed light on your part in this mystery. You were Daisy Armstrong's nurse. I will ask you no more questions. It is enough that you have admitted what I know to be the truth, and I understand. Let's move on. Dr. Constantine.
You suspect me? I know none of these people. I didn't know Ratchet either, and I've taken a solemn oath to help people, not murder them.
You are one of the few people in this room not to have any connection with the Armstrong case. Moreover, your alibi is confirmed by Monsieur Book, whom I would trust with my life.
That is very kindly said, my friend.
We now come to Mademoiselle Debenham and Captain Arbuthnot, whose relationship was not in doubt from the moment I inspected your room at the hotel.
You have a bloody nerve.
Indeed, I do.
We're getting married.
Congratulations. But I would rather talk about your relationship to John Armstrong. That was easy. Captain Arbuthnot, you served in the army with John Armstrong. What I don't understand is why a man your age is still a captain. One might expect you to be a colonel as well.
Ever fought in a war, Poirot?
It was war that first brought me to England.
Then you know what it's like. There's a shattering sound, and death, and mistakes, acting on intelligence that proved to be wrong.
I sent a patrol to their death. Good men. Brave men. Wasted. John testified on my behalf at a court-martial. I'm not a colonel. I don't deserve to be, you bloody fool. But I'm also not imprisoned. John remained my best friend until... There, you have my story. Understand now?
Archie, calm down, please.
You're right, Mary. What you see in me, I don't understand.
Oh, Archie, I see in you what John saw.
Miss Debenham, I'm sorry.
My turn, is it?
I'm afraid so. And you have caused me quite a puzzlement. Your connection with the Armstrong family was not obvious. Then I remembered the job you currently hold. I'm right again. That happens to me a lot. You were the teacher of... No, she was the teacher of Countess Andrény. You were the teacher of Helena Andrény, whose maiden name was Helena Goldenberg before she married Count Andrény.
Yes, absolutely. Why lie to you? She was an excellent student.
Captain Arbuthnot. No, his vial found at the crime scene was a decoy. You had one of the strongest alibis, thanks to Mr. McQueen. But his testimony melted like a snowflake. There went your alibi. Poof! Unless you have another one. As for you, Mademoiselle Debenham.
No, to bych spíš asi typoval, že jo, no.
Mademoiselle Olsen was the only one who could confirm your alibi. I think you know where you stand.
Very good, Mr. Poirot. Are you satisfied?
I will be, soon. Now I must turn to Sonia Armstrong's godmother, Princess Dragomirov. Princess Dragomirov, you weren't on my list of suspects at the start, given your social position.
I left my social position in a cold country.
Do you object to being addressed as Princess?
I deny people the opportunity. It makes a good story to tell their friends. It also guarantees a good table in the best restaurants.
Princess, there is also, forgive me, your extreme physical fragility.
It does not stop me when I must be strong.
Indeed. Of more importance, though, is the fact that you're the only left-handed person on the train. And the single blow to ratchet from a left-handed person was very, forgive me, weak. Finally, I'm afraid I know the alibi that you shared with Fraulein Schmidt is false.
You have been very thorough, sir. I hope you will permit me to say we are much alike.
I am honored. Now it is time to end with Mrs. Hubbard, or should I say... Think, Poirot, that is not a good answer. Linda Arden. If Princess Dragomirov hadn't told me about her relationship with this famous actress, I might not have made the connection. But you are a great actress, madame. Your performance as a flighty, self-involved woman was superb. I never would have guessed something entirely different. As for what ties you to the Armstrong family, it is obvious. Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer. No, not good. Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer.
Jo, matka Sonia vlastně, to mi mohlo. Tak. Je to vlastně dobře.
I'm right again. That happens to me a lot. Mrs. Hubbard, you are the mother of Sonia Armstrong and Mrs. Andreni. Madame Hubbard, you really are a remarkable actress. You put so much effort into your character and into staging the murder. I saw it as a perfect mosaic, each person playing his or her allotted part. So carefully arranged that if suspicion should fall on any one person, the evidence of one or more of the others would clear the accused person and confuse the issue. Everything was meticulously planned. But you hadn't expected that Detective Locke and I would be on this train, and the avalanche would block it on the night of the murder. You had to improvise. But again, improvisation would be another of your skills as an actress. So, you came up with the story that the latch on the door that communicated with Ratchet's compartment was hidden by the handbag.
I always fancied myself in comedy parts. That slip about the sponge bag was silly. It shows you should always rehearse properly. You know all about it, Mr. Poirot. You're a very wonderful man. But even you can't quite imagine what it was like. That awful day. I was just crazy with grief. So were the servants. We decided then and there that the sentence of death that Ratchet had escaped had got to be carried out. There were 12 of us, or rather 11. Suzanne's father was over in France, of course. First we thought we'd draw lots as to who should do it, but in the end we decided on this way. It was the driver, Antonio, who suggested it. Mary worked out all the details later with Hector McQueen. It took a long time to perfect our plan. We first had to track Ratchet down. Hardman managed that in the end. Then we had to try and get Edward and Hector into his employment. Well, we managed that. Then we had a consultation with Suzanne's father. Captain Arbuthnot was very keen on having 12 of us. He seemed to think it made it more orderly. He didn't like the stabbing idea much. But he agreed that it did solve most of our difficulties. Well, Suzanne's father was willing. Suzanne had been his only child. We knew from Hector that Ratchet would be coming back from the east, sooner or later, by the Orient Express. With Pierre Michel actually working on that train, the chance was too good to be missed. My daughter's husband had to know, of course, and he insisted on coming on the train with her. Hector wrangled it so that Ratchet selected the right day for traveling when Michel would be on duty. And then, at the last minute, you came. For the rest of the story, you worked out everything, Mr. Poirot. You were right about all of us. What are you going to do about it? If it must all come out,
Ten průvodčil na začátku říkal, že
upon me and me only, I would have stabbed that man 12 times willingly. It wasn't only that he was responsible for my daughter's death and her child's, and that of the other child who might have been alive and happy now. It was more than that. There had been other children kidnapped before Daisy, and there might be others in the future. Society had condemned him. We were only carrying out the sentence, but it's unnecessary to bring all these others into it, all these good, faithful souls.
You are a director of the company, Monsieur Bouc. What do you say?
In my opinion, Poirot, the first theory you put forward was the correct one. Decidedly so. I suggest that is the solution we offer to the police. You agree, Doctor?
Certainly, I agree. As regards the medical evidence, I think that I made one or two fantastic suggestions.
Then, having placed my solution before you, I have the honor to retire from the case.
I'm sorry to wake you up in the middle of the night, Poirot, but it couldn't wait. There was a detail that bothered me in my preliminary autopsy of Ratchet's body. I went back to examine the body and I discovered a wound covered by another. The blow I hadn't seen was delivered by a thinner, sharper blade. So there were not 12, but 13 stab wounds.
12 stabs for 12 jurors. It doesn't work with 13 wounds. The symmetry is destroyed.
It can't be one of the culprits who stabbed him twice?
Doctor, a different knife was used. There is only one explanation. Somehow, some way, there is a 13th murderer on this train. We must tell Book. The case is not solved.
Takhle to pokračuje dál. Doufám.
Please, come in. Ah, Book. I see we are moving at last.
Yes. The way was finally cleared while we slept. If all goes well, we will arrive in Venice this evening. The train will be there for several hours for refueling and reprovisioning. What do we do with the 13th murderer? Do you have a lead?
I thought about it. There is one clue that was left aside in my investigation. The diary I found in Ratchet's safe mentioned an appointment in Venice. Someone with the initials A.W. He will never keep the appointment. But there should be enough time. I must try to keep that appointment for him. I do not think that's the right answer. must admit I'm not right this time. Think, Poirot, that is not a good... That was easy.
Takže se vyvinul ve skutečnosti a budeme vyšetřovat dál.
I think we should let Ratchet rest in peace. How would it look to the police if I asked a suspected murderer for help? Doctor, a moment. Have you made arrangements for Ratchet's body?
Yes, it will be collected by the Italian authorities when we reach Venice. The autopsy will be performed there. However, there is something odd.
Oh?
Since the train is French, jurisdiction must be shared. When I told them you were already on the scene, they have both agreed to support your investigation until we reach Paris. Ratchet's compartment will be sealed until we arrive there. All of those who conspired to kill Ratchet are to be confined to the train until then as well.
So, thanks to you, I am the rope in a tug-of-war between two countries.
Oh, but I thought you would want to be in charge. And isn't it odd we continue on our journey with a trainload of people that police consider potential murderers?
Calm yourself, Doctor. It is not the first time I find myself in the middle. And, to be honest, I welcome the chance to see this case through. It is fast becoming one of the most challenging of my career. So, my dear book, how does our journey progress?
We are well on our way to Venice. All of our passengers are locked in their rooms by order of the authorities. I watch them when they want to stretch their legs, like the captain there behind you.
I see that you have the situation well in hand. Would you be able to accompany me to Venice to follow a lead?
I'm honored you asked me, my friend. I would have loved to help you. But I have to manage the situation here. I must make sure no one gets off the train in Venice and that Ratchet's body is transferred.
Doctor, a question. Could you assist my investigation in Venice?
I can't, I'm afraid. I'm to accompany Ratchet's body when the Italian police take possession of it. I've been asked, commanded really, to help with the autopsy because of my earlier examination.
I'm not going to ask a murderer to help me catch himself.
No to nevím.
Mademoiselle Locke, you are clearly an excellent police officer. Could you accompany me to Venice for an investigation into Ratchet's activities? There is much we still need to know.
Well, yes. It would be an honor to work with you. And I'm glad you trust me. What do you have in mind?
There was a notation in Ratchet's appointment book. He had an appointment.
With who?
There were only the initials A.W. They were to meet at 10 o'clock at the Fontana dei Conigli. I want to know who Ratchet was meeting and why.
But you've already discovered the 12 conspirators. Why is this meeting important?
Unfortunately, the case is not complete. Dr. Constantine has discovered the presence of a 13th stab wound.
One of them could have stabbed him twice.
The wound was made with another, finer blade. Why would one of them have used 2 knives? Did they want to confess they killed him more than the others? And if so, why bother to deny it when they have already confessed? No, it makes no sense. And I do not close a case until all questions have been answered. You, of all people, must understand this.
You're right. I do understand. I'll help you.
Thank you. Together, we will uncover the truth. We will arrive in a few hours. Take the opportunity to rest.
I slept well last night. No more effects of the drug.
Excellent. Then be prepared when we reach Venice. We have another mystery to solve.
No, takže budeme vyšet třeba dál, no.
This is the 3rd embarking dock, and no gondoliers available at all. With Carnival, you can't find a gondolier to cross that damn canal. They're all booked. The worst thing is that the fountain is just across this canal. We're almost there.
I see a gondolier just over there.
Every carnival, my friends and I mask. And every carnival, we lose one another.
It's impossible to find a gondolier during Carnival.
Hi there. We'd like to cross the canal, please.
There is a bridge about a kilometer down the canal.
Please. According to the map, the Fontana dei Conigli is just across the canal here.
No. I, Gabriele, cannot help you. I'm sorry.
We'll miss the 10 o'clock rendezvous if we try to get through this crowd, and have to walk a kilometer in both directions. Why is he refusing to take us across? He looks upset. I should try to find out why.
No, to překládáme ajíčkem, to je vidět, vole. Ti vyzluští vývoři to používají taky, vole. No tak to je fuk, že rudy nesedí.
If it's a matter of price, I'm sure we can work it out.
Money? Money won't help me now.
His problem isn't money. What is it then?
If it's a matter of price, I'm sure we can work it out.
Money? Money won't help me now.
His problem isn't money. What is it then? Bella Chiara, the beautiful Chiara. A beautiful name for a beautiful gondola.
I am sure this little problem will pose no challenge to you.
Ancora una volta sono dalla parte spagliata del canale per la festa.
Sorry, I don't speak Italian. Not a picture for the tourist brochures. Not a picture for the tourist brochures. If it's a matter of price, I'm sure we can...
Money?
This problem... What a sham. A beautiful bouquet crushed by revelers. Good. I don't need Mr. Poirot to tell me I'm wrong. No, Joanna. That doesn't track. That's it. Score. One for the good guys. I'm sorry you had a fight with Chiara.
What? How did you know?
I'm a detective. I'd like to help, if I can.
If you have a spare engagement ring, detective, I'll take it.
Ah, I see. You lost the engagement ring you were planning to give Chiara?
Lost? It is worse than that. I threw it away in the canal. I bitterly regret this gesture. I now find myself without a girlfriend and without a ring.
If we find the ring, maybe the gondolier will take us across.
You are right. There is not much time. I will help you.
There are too many plastic bottles in the world. I don't need an empty soda can. I know someone who would be happy. Excuse me. I believe I have something that belongs to you.
Mamma mia, grazie mille, signorina. With this, I can now win my Chiara's heart again. I know it. How to thank you?
My friend and I need to get to the other side. We have a very important date at the Fontana di Conigli.
Ah, yes. The rabbit fountain. Of course, I'll take you across. Then I will call Chiara. Hopefully she will forgive me.
I'm sure she will.
Well done, Detective Locke.
This district of Venice is very charming. You will love it.
If it's not too much to ask, can you wait for us until we return?
Yes, no worries. I can call Chiara from here to find the fountain, walk along the quay on the left, then cross the bridge and you are there. You cannot miss it.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Signorina. You have made me the happiest gondolier in Venice. Chiara, I'm sorry. Yes, I assure you, I found your ring. Do you forgive me?
Třeba u mě ta karta není. Ty píčám se nedostat, ty vlasy. No, přes most tak říkala, že jo? Jak to bylo dál?
It's 9:55. The right time in the right place. Now AW just needs to show up.
You made me run, Detective Locke. Poirot does not run. I'll wait, sitting down.
Tak, Bartek to říká, že zpívá skoro 2 hodiny hraní, takže... Musíme ho nějak identifikovat.
We have an appointment, I believe?
I don't think so. I've never met you.
Did you have an appointment here at the fountain?
Yes, to party.
I have an appointment with you, don't I?
No, dove la tua mascara?
I have an appointment with you, don't I?
No, dove la tua mascara?
We have an appointment, I believe?
I don't think so. I've never met you.
Jako upřímně... Zeptám se po právě, ale...
Did you see anyone who could be AW?
No, no one. But who knows what those masks and costumes are hiding?
Popravdě řečeno nevím, jak ho najít, no, to jako... Ty pičo. Čau, Micino.
Did you have an appointment here at the fountain?
Yes, to party.
I have an appointment with you, don't I?
No, dove la tua.
Jo, takhle přímo, to někdy šel to, tak to by tam mohlo, tak co se nedalo, že vlez do interiéru, ale to by mohlo být, počkej. Rafa. Kočky si tady hodují.
If there's no one to help me, they won't mind if I help myself.
Čekej, my hledáme AV, že? Teď otázka.
That doesn't help much. Nothing to do with what I'm looking for. Aziz Wadi. That's the only name that corresponds to the initials AW.
Paziente, non ti ho sentito. Posso aiutarla?
Hello. I'm looking for the Fontana dei Canigli. Do you know where it is?
Ah, it's right in front of the hotel. It's easy to recognize because of the rabbits.
Thank you. I had an appointment with someone, but I can't find him. I wondered if he might be staying in your hotel.
I can't help you unless you give me the name.
I have an appointment with Mr. Aziz Wadi. Do you know if he's here?
Well, unfortunately, he left the hotel this morning. He seemed to be in a hurry, but he left a carta. You are?
I'm Mrs. Ratchet.
Mr. Wadi asked me to give the message to the signore, but I suppose this is okay.
The receptionist is here. No need to ring the bell.
Tak tady to asi uzavřený. Akorát...
So, mademoiselle, was our mysterious AW here?
No, but I managed to get his name, Aziz Wadi, and a letter he wrote for Ratchet. It seems to be a kind of riddle rhyme.
Let me see. Well, Ratchet and Mr. Wadi must love this book to refer to it so much.
Yes, I think we have to search and find the tracks that this person left for Ratchet to find him.
I think so. Lead the way, Mademoiselle Locke.
Chci se na podívat tady toho mužu. Aha, to proto.
A gold mustache. Thank you very much.
Ty kretane. Aha, takže za nějaký kód, no, tak to se neznáme, takže to je jedno. Kurva, tím mostem jsme... Ty vole.
Do you forgive me?
Can you give me directions to the fountain again?
You have to go along the quay on the left, then cross the bridge and you are there. You can't miss it. Oh no, Bella. That is just a customer. Calm down. Yes, I assure you. I found your ring.
Čemu to nebylo tady? Ty pičo. Nejhorší, že tady ten moc skurvenej, ale stejně. Přešlo most, narazilo. Když se chodím pořád dokola Kyria, ty vole.
Did he just murder someone? Way along it. The 2846, now I just have to find a door with a Gorgon's face. I don't think I did any of those out of order. Let's go back across. Oh, am I stuck over here now? Maybe I'm not stuck, but definitely didn't go the right way. Two 846. Man, I got all the way back over here. Where is the end? Where would that be? I guess down there in I or J? Oh, over there in N as well. Okay. Two 846. I feel like I'm gonna forget that. What's that guy leaning on? No doors back here. Here we go. 28469.
vyškarval ten pašport, ale tak musím najít ty dveře. Tam jsme vlastně byli akorát. Ale ten to skopíruju z toho, to nebudu řešit už. Nevím, jestli to je hrava z jako sloupu, nebo... Fakt nevím si, co odkud ten kód ukradl, tak... To už zjišťovat nebudu. Dobře, že jsou těch dveří byly ty vole, ale teď zase nemůžu najít ty dveře. Tady to je. Ale... Jo, počkej, aha, počkat. 9. A tady? Tak ale by se tady tělo dveří více.
Take care of the body and see who that was. I did not expect the chase scene to be in this game at all. You gotta be kidding me. They move perfectly just to be in my way.
Nevím sice, odkud vyhroval ten kód, ale tady je podstatný pro nás. No počkej, on hodí to už je špatně.
Or do I just have to run this all the way through? I think I'm being watched. I changed our meeting. And there has to be a reason this opened up. Alright, AW. Hat store. Oh, okay, 2-8. After this, we have to head. Her feet led her back to the narrow alley and then to a small square where she found a cat drinking tea mischievous kitten ran into another alley. Alice chased after him. I'll read the next part once I get over there. So back across here, I guess, into this square. And there has to be a reason this.
Kód, který nazbírá během se cesty, no. No to vím taky, že to není ono.
Here we go.
Tak, kolik tam zadal?
8, 4, 6, 9.
Takže 28, 4, 6, 9.
No, Joanna. That doesn't track.
No, tak to si musím se sbírat. 28, jo, 469. 28.
Hey, you. I can't lose them.
Tak a Lore teď píče. No. Piči. Ta skriptovaná, vole, to.
Move over. Too many masks! The murderer could be standing there watching me and laughing.
Detective Locke?
The murderer got away. I'm coming back. But it looked like he dropped something when he climbed the first wall.
All right, I'll go and see. For my part, unfortunately, I could do nothing for the victim. He was already dead. I have already alerted the Italian authorities. I will see what I can find while I wait for them.
Když se stane to.
Too many masks! The murderer could be standing there watching me and laughing.
There must be several tens of thousands of dollars in this bag. A pair of women's glasses. Was Ratchet planning a new identity? The victim was stabbed. Apparently the method of choice in this case. There must be several tens of thousands of dollars in this bag. A pair of women's glasses. Was Ratchet planning a new identity? The victim was stabbed. Various clothes in his suitcase. Mr. Waddy was obviously planning to leave this city. Various clothes in his suitcase. Mr. Waddy's Swiss passport. I'll see if I can find a match on the internet to confirm his identity. That's the right answer. A bunch of keys. If, as seems likely, Mr. Wadi is a resident of Geneva, then one of these may belong to his home there. A false passport with Ratchet's picture. Clark? Ratchet? How many others? Now he will become Enrico Caldo. It appears Ratchet changed his identity as often as his socks. This direction looks promising.
I'm sorry I couldn't catch the suspect, Mr. Poirot.
There is no need to apologize, mademoiselle. Your efforts were marvelous. I found some information about Mr. Wadi.
Did you access the FBI database?
Don't worry, my little gray cells were enough. However, the database may confirm the origin of these banknotes.
No need. I included them when I continued my investigation.
Excellent.
Come on, Joanna. That's a rookie mistake. I don't need Mr. Poirot to tell me I'm wrong. No, this isn't it. Think! Hey, I'm a pretty good detective after all. detective gets it right. Score. 1 for the good guys.
Mr. Poirot, it's part of the ransom money from the Armstrong case.
You are surprised?
I suppose not. So Ratchet had it in an account at the Banque du Lac.
It would seem so. He knew the serial numbers on the banknotes could be traced, and he could not spend it, so he stashed it there.
But now he's run low, something he didn't count on. He hopes enough time has passed so he can begin to spend the ransom money.
There is something else he didn't count on.
What's that?
He didn't count on you, Detective Locke, and your tenacity.
Thank you. But we are still left with a murderer on the loose.
But we progress. We know Mr. Waddy had an appointment with Ratchet. He had a bag full of money and a passport with Ratchet's photo, but a new name. What is your opinion about the passport?
I discovered that he was arrested in Armenia for trafficking in stolen art and was supposed to be arraigned in January. Once again, he changed his identity and vanished.
You are correct, mademoiselle. He also told me that he was threatened, and that threatening letter we found in his room was real. He had to disappear once again.
Maybe the killer didn't take the money because we interrupted him.
Perhaps, but the bag is not very big. He could have easily escaped with it. I do not think he was interested in the money.
If the motive isn't money, then what?
It suggests a new motive altogether. Perhaps passion or revenge.
Revenge seems like an obvious motive to me. The murderer carefully followed Waddy from the fountain to the new meeting place despite Waddy's precautions. That is cold and careful.
Excellent. We cannot yet know for certain, but that is a sound psychological analysis. We have an idea of the motive. It is the same motive as that of our 12 would-be murderers on the train. But we still must know who was under that mask.
I think Waddy's killer is also Ratchet's murderer. The motive for both deaths was revenge, and both are related to the Armstrong case through the ransom money.
Exactly. So our murderer is linked to the Armstrong case. The money is linked to the Armstrong case. But these glasses that I found in the bag, they must have something to do with this case too.
Wait, those glasses mean something to me. Dr. Constantine? No, that's not it. They're the woman's glasses, and I think there's something about them. They're familiar to me somehow. Wait, I know. I've seen these. They belong to Suzanne Moreau, little Daisy's nurse. I remember seeing them in her bedroom, but they were gone the day she died.
I remember the press saying that the nurse had committed suicide.
I've always believed otherwise, and the glasses are proof that she was killed by Ratchet or his accomplice. He took those glasses. I always had a gut feeling, but now, Mr. Poirot, now I have proof Suzanne was innocent.
Yes, you do. But the question I ask myself is this. Why did Ratchet keep these glasses?
Ratchet used to leave fake evidence at the scene of his crimes to incriminate others. He did the same thing to frame Suzanne.
Possibly. But keeping an object belonging to his victim as a souvenir of the murder, that is the behavior of a fetishist.
Now that you mention it, in my investigation at the time, I had already found Daisy's hair clip in Ratchet's cabin, and now we find Suzanne's glasses in a bag for Ratchet.
2 objects from 2 victims of Ratchet. He is a trophy hunter.
Okay, we managed to clear up some of the gray areas. What now?
The bag only contained a fraction of the $1 million ransom of the Armstrong case. The rest must still be in a secure place. I will make a wager with you that it is the Banque du Lac in Geneva where Mr. Waddy worked.
Waddy was also the keeper of Ratchet's secrets. They were killed by the same murderer.
Agreed. Well, there is nothing more we can do here except wait for the police. Prepare yourself for a long evening with the police. We have a lot of explaining to do.
And after that?
A visit to Geneva, perhaps?
Here you are at last. I was worried about you.
We just left the police station. We had to explain to the Italian police that we were not murderers.
What? Another murder?
I'll tell you when we're underway. Are all passengers and staff aboard?
Yes, everyone is here. We were waiting for you.
Excellent. Let's not waste any more time. We have to make a longer than usual stop in Lausanne.
What? How long?
Long enough to do a little banking in Geneva.
But this is madness. A 13th murderer of Ratchet?
Mon ami, he was not well liked.
But Monsieur Michel would have seen anyone enter Ratchet's compartment. And there were another 10 people milling about, taking their turn at stabbing him. How could they not notice an uninvited killer?
Pierre Michel's testimony is, of course, false. He was actively involved in the murder plot. I must know his real movements to understand when our 13th murderer could have acted undetected. Poirot, stay focused. We have evidence that he is still on the train. Yes, he most certainly returned to the train.
How can you be sure?
It's obvious. I mean, I hope Mr. Poirot agrees.
Please continue, Detective Locke.
All the passengers and crew are still aboard. If the killer of Mr. Waddy had remained in Venice, we would have noticed right away that someone was missing, and we could have alerted the authorities.
I promise you, I made certain everyone was aboard before we embarked.
Book, calm yourself.
Calm myself? But we're back where we started. There is still another murderer on my train. Wait a moment. Can I change my mind about my verdict? Can we turn everyone over to the police?
Everyone? Including ourselves?
What? No. No. Oh, it's a nightmare.
Let us take it step by step, my friend. We can start by eliminating all of the members of the Ratchet jury. This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth. I must admit I'm not right this time. I do not think that's the right answer. Et voilà. If we eliminate the 12 jurors, we are left with 7 additional suspects.
7? It's still too many.
I agree. We must reduce our list.
Excuse my impatience, Poirot. It's as if my beautiful train is cursed. Can you exonerate any of the 7?
No, not good. Book knows me better than anyone aboard. If he was planning murder, he would not have worked so diligently to find me accommodation aboard the train. Great. Book worked hard to get me aboard the train. He is definitely not a suspect. Adequate. Mademoiselle Locke cannot be a suspect. She pursued Mr. Waddy's murderer. Yes. Dr. Constantine alerted me to the 13th stab wound. He is not a suspect. That was easy. I have 4 suspects left who I must now examine more closely. Miss Nielsen, Monsieur Maury, Monsieur Fauché, and Countess Andreni.
One of my employees? Suspicious?
All 3 got off the train in Venice to restock supplies. Any one of them might have slipped away without being noticed.
I suppose. But what of Countess Andreni? You cleared her yourself.
She is cleared of the first murder, but we know little of her movements here in Venice. So, we still have 4 suspects to interview. Detective Locke?
I can't join you, Poirot. My chief saw something on the news about the case and my involvement. He's demanding an explanation. If I want to keep my badge, I have to call him.
Then you must do so by all means.
I'm sorry.
No need to apologize. I understand.
I'll make the call for my compartment. If you're looking for me, I'll be there.
I hate to say this, Poirot, but I must. There is, of course, one other suspect with a motive for murder. The ransom money.
You mean Detective Locke? Then who did she chase? Who killed Aziz? We both saw the masked murderer standing over the body. Good evening, Mademoiselle Nielsen. May I talk to you for a moment?
Of course, Mr. Poirot. I'm not going to bed right away.